Something's okay. Announce it here on the Modifius official. Hi, we're a thing. On Blue Sky. Over on X.
Let me think.
And there. No, please, no. No random story time. Yeah. Hello everyone, I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbidian. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour, and in for another episode of Star Trek Return to the Frontier aboard the USS Andromeda. And I will not be, as always, I'm not running this one. I am playing in this one as the security officer who has also turned chief of the boat. And altogether different episodes coming up, so let's get into it. Off to the GM.
All right. We go to the transporter room of the Andromeda as Dr. Tawir Senior Chief Artana and the captain have raced up here. Because outside the ship, the battle cruiser Tamleth is coming apart. As Chief Griffin gives everything the ship has to get y'all closer, we will start. A two-threat game, and the captain can give me a transporter task. Just realizing, I think they changed the difficulties of transporting.
I believe that's right, yeah.
Yeah. Although good news is because we are in the transporter room doing this, I know it does something.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was wondering what it did.
Yeah, so Loris looks over the display and says, "The console has been updated since I was in the academy, although I believe I can transport us. You are in good hands."
Oh, so there was an academy back then.
Yes, and we had to write on stone tablets.
And walk uphill both ways.
That too.
Well, it was San Francisco, so yes.
Yes, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Oh my god,
Right.
I almost did a spit take. Oh my god.
Also, Winchester, I sent you a question on Discord.
Weird,
Flip
wouldn't
the
it be
coin.
like
The
fly
answer
against
is
the wind both
no.
ways?
Another flip of the coin. The answer is because of Canadian legislation. Okay. I mean, Canadian legislation technically allows titles, I think, because they're part of the British system. So my answer's not entirely senseless.
It's only a little bit senseless.
Going to go grab my physical rule book.
Over. It's not a communications thing. It's not a helm thing. Transport.
Yeah, I found it.
Rules
I
of
just
movement.
as soon as I found it, someone asked me something else.
There it is. Hooray.
Hit me. What's the difficulty?
Control engineering difficulty 1, assisted by sensors science.
Just the
So-
difficulty?
The difficulty, the base difficulty went from 2 to 0.
Okay.
Is the change between editions.
Is the difficulty modified at all that I have to set a timer and then step onto the pad as well?
No, you're beaming people from a. Sorry, I didn't set the scene good enough. There, the Tamleth is like literally exploding on screen.
Okay.
You're trying.
Okay, so
to,
I'm not going. Okay, I'm
no,
just
you're trying
getting
to
them
beam
over
people
there.
off. Yeah.
Okay, then she will say, if you will step onto the pad as we are running out of
No,
time.
no. You're trying to get people off the exploding ship, not put them on the
Okay.
exploding ship.
Okay, I thought you were doing rescue stuff on the ship. Okay, my apologies. Okay.
For a second, there's like, I'm gonna kill myself. No, please, let us kill ourselves.
I thought you were saying the
Fine,
ship
you
was
guys do
falling
it then.
apart. That it was just what was in my head was that we were beaming over there to save them. Okay, it makes way more sense. Okay, we don't have any resources, so I am going to give you 3 threat because I don't have a focus. And that should be enough, right? So diff 2.
Assisted by ship's sensor science.
Okay. And
And we do get
Just
both of
turn
those
that
because of the
down.
advanced sensor suite. So we generate 4, I believe.
Yes. Griffin on screen, you see the ship break apart in a violent antimatter matter annihilation.
Well, I hope someone got off.
As that happens, two, 3 people beam, 4 people. Wrong one. Beam onto the ship. Somewhat sitting, half kneeling on the ground with severe burns, contusions, and lacerations is the Jeu de Tour. Standing above, or kind of kneeling next to her is who most of you remember as Sonia Beck, or at least that was the false identity she had. And behind them, pistol and dagger drawn, is a Klingon warrior. Seems to be scanning for threats. As soon as they materialize, Um, we need your help fast. As she motions towards the injured Show and the child in her arms.
Dr. Tweer is going to approach and kneel down, take out his medical tricorder, and begin scanning.
Insight medicine, difficulty 0. Their biology is no longer that alien to you.
Mm-hmm.
And specifically hers, right? She's been a patient of yours before.
Yeah.
In
I'm gonna
fact,
spend.
because she's been a patient of yours before, I will give you a free question.
Cool. I will still spend a momentum just for the reroll.
Go for it, buddy.
Emergency medicine focus.
Yes.
Insight medicine, you say?
Yes.
To shreds, you say? Okay. That generates 2 beyond the 3 momentum. So we're back up to full +1.
Wait.
I
Hold on.
also get.
So you went from 4 momentum down to 3 momentum? And then you gained 3? That would give you 6.
That right, Aratana?
I can't tell. I don't know. I lost sound
You're
for a
at
second.
6. You're at 6 momentum with no float.
Okay. I do generate an additional bonus momentum because
Okay.
diagnostic expertise.
So you have a bonus momentum and a obtain information
Mm-hmm.
before you spend anything else.
Yeah. Well, and this bonus momentum I have has to also be spent the same way. Obtain
Okay.
information. So I get 2 free questions.
Yes.
In addition to whatever you give me.
Oh, so you detect a handful of non-life-threatening injuries. Like I said, lacerations, contusions, both internal and external. They definitely need to be handled, but they're not going to result in death, within the time frame of days. But
The baby.
this scan was of her.
Oh.
But I will allow you to spend your obtain information on the baby because it's right there, and this is you pulling out the scanner, right? So, so the free information is about her. She does have disruptor wound to the primary heart, and she's only alive because she has a secondary cardiac organ,
Right.
which is already missing beats
Ooh.
because
So
of the vicious nature of this disruptor wound.
okay.
A
So
human in her condition would just be dead. Because she's
right.
Klingon, she might die in a couple of hours if not for your intervention.
Okay. It's important to know.
So obtain information can be spent on anyone on the pad.
Baby. What? How?
Uninjured, and without any medical concern. Like, this baby is healthy in every way you can detect.
All right. And I'm gonna say the Klingon fellow in the back for my other free.
Lacerations and contusions consistent with close quarters combat. He has a disruptor superficial disruptor wound to the right thigh and several blade-like or lacerations made from a likely some handheld blade weapon to the arms.
Okay.
None of which are lethal or particularly impair him, but will eventually need to be treated nonetheless.
Okay. But not life-threatening. Okay, and then if you guys don't mind, I will spend a momentum to also get the
Go ahead, man.
third.
This is the most important thing at current.
Yep.
She has wounds similar to the Klingon warrior, but she seems to have although she has she is Klingon, according to your records, or at least you recorded her as a human with unusual life signs, but I think later on you learned from Aratana's reports that she was actually Klingon. Correct me
Oh,
if I'm
right.
wrong, Aratana. I think that much.
Well, yeah, because
Everyone got
that's
to
how
know.
she got identified as a Klingon agent in the report.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
remember you danced around with Starfleet whether she was a spy or not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or
and it
when
was
she became a spy, I think.
Yeah, and it was a whole thing that Tweer, I think, explicitly brought up last time as a point of contention between the two of them.
Okay, so
That, like you
yeah.
did an ethical fucky with my medical records.
Anyways, several of the modifications to support her appearance seem to be inhibiting her ability to her body's ability to maintain itself with all these with the injuries. In a sense, to look human. In some ways, she had to be altered to be more human, and that makes her strictly weaker to, disruptor and blade attacks than a Klingon who hasn't had that kind of medical prosthetic intervention. So you can see, like, the Klingon warrior, all right, he's received some blade wound to the arm, and he has like he has two major arteries traveling down the arm, one of which is kind of like shut off but still slowly leaking. The other one is like fully functional, whereas she's got a large, like, she has a artery in the arm that's been cut and had to been like bandaged, and you can still see that, right, the arm isn't getting enough like blood supply, and she's like moving it very slowly because for her to look human, some of her almost is human, and that's slowing her down. So that's what you get for free, or that's what you get for 1 momentum about each of them. Yeah.
Hmm. Okay. Well, it's clear that she's in the worst shape. Clearly.
Yes.
Very well. Commander, I require a hand.
With what? She steps
Uh,
forward.
I will need you to assist the Joditor in getting to the sick bay. Her injuries are most severe, and he sort of leans down to her, to where her baby is. You are in critical condition. If you would not mind, I will take your child.
She grabs you by the collar of your Starfleet uniform and says, "They will come, and you are so slim."
I see.
And
That I
then
am.
she kind of her eyes roll back and she passes out.
Yeah.
He looks again to the commander. Now, commander.
Yeah, the commander will step forward and using her Vulcan strength, just try to pick up the lady and bring her to sickbay.
And
I will
the
make
doctor
this
takes the baby.
a task that you and Artana will need to complete together.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I will try to beam all of them to sickbay.
You can only beam 3 people at a time.
Okay, well the baby's uninjured, so
The baby for the purposes of the pad is not big enough.
Oh,
okay.
Well, what I
to
can do is I
need a
what
separate-
I can do is I can take the baby and I can walk
Okay, Aratana's walking. I'm beaming the 3 Klingons to sickbay.
to here is walking.
Sorry, Twir. And yeah, Solors will say to Aratana, you or another security officer needs to be with them at all times. And
this is
yeah.
control engineering difficulty 1, assisted by the ship's sensors science.
we have momentum. We sure do. All right. 3 momentum.
3 momentum I. 1, 3.
And the ship.
Ship's sensors.
And presumably, just as they're about to beam in, Tweer comes in with the baby and turns to Chief Corpsman Hunter Conway and says, Dr. Conway, prepare the sick bay. We should have incoming in, and then the transporter beam happens. Right now.
3 momentum gained. Yeah, he starts pulling equipment out of the cabinets, handing you a hypo spray, putting several vials out on a tray, and turning on the medical sensors. If you want a security person in the room, you can put another security person in the room. I was gonna move to a new scene
Go ahead.
though. We're going. Yeah, we will change scenes, and now is when the doctor can give his log. As
Okay.
you can kind of take a, either a log that's like as you're working and describing the situation, or this could be a log from the future that was describing what you were doing at this time.
No. I have a log.
Okay,
I've been sort of working on it as we went through this scene. I had to adjust it a little bit as we were going because
that's fine. Go ahead.
um medical officer's log, stardate 0756.2. We have responded to a distress call from the Temeth, a Klingon battlecruiser the Andromeda saved months ago. Most peculiar of all, the distress call was addressed primarily to me. It's all too clear to me as why I alone have been singled out among the crew of the Andromeda. My role as the Sochim, who both delivered and announced the birth of the son of the Temeth's previous captain, who met a most unfortunate end. However, I believe I may still remain in the mind of his widow, Sogvena Pokesenya Jo de Tor. Her injuries are severe, and I will need to work fast to keep her secondary cardiac systems functional. But a larger question sticks in my feathers. What will happen if they survive this ordeal?
We start this scene. While the doctor has been in surgery for a while, the chief has placed security in the room momentarily so he can convene with the captain and the chief ops specialist about what they know so far.
Well, I must say, at current, we know very little about this situation. GM, for clarity, was the ship falling apart as we warped in, and then we saved them just as they warped, just as we warped in?
Yes, you got the distress call a few days ago, and addressed directly to Dr. Tuir. And by the time you got to them, they had crossed over the border themselves, and the ship was a complete loss.
Okay. And we're just right by the Klingon border?
You're a few light years away. You could be to the border in at max warp in an hour or so.
I don't understand it. There were closer Starfleet vessels. If they wanted to defect or leave or simply needed assistance, they did not have to call for us. In fact, more of their crew might have survived if they didn't call for us. Why go through all of this effort just to reach one Starfleet doctor?
Personal connection, probably.
Is a personal connection really worth risking the life of your only child?
Depends how much the culture group values such things. She titled him something or other.
Yes, I'm concerned. After what they did to the last Starfleet officer they had in their grasps, I must say I'm very concerned as to what they plan to do to the next.
What confuses me is why run all the way outside of Klingon space? If they're looking for a Klingon doctor, there's all kinds, and any sort of high and powerful noble will be able to call on all sorts of specialists instead of coming all the way out to us.
Last time we talked with them, it seemed like their house was in some form of, uh, I don't know, trouble?
Yes, it would not surprise me if their house is collapsing as we speak, and this is a last-ditch effort to save what remains of their family.
Well, they were out of
Also,
time.
that ship was their flagship, and it's gone now.
Well, not only that, but that ship was out of time. They were they were in the middle of the war, as I recall. Left out and didn't even know the war was over till we came along. So
Yes, Klingon politics must have left them behind. There's so much we don't know about the Empire, but I do know that things on Quonos move fast enough that, after all this time, there's no doubt that they had been pushed to irrelevancy. Maybe they hope they'll have greater fortunes in the Federation.
All right. I want from the chief a fitness security as something happens which you must react to purely on instinct and physical prowess. This is opposed, and like your character, you do not know the source. You won't know the source until the issue is resolved. Only that something is happening that you have to respond to in an instant.
Athletics is a focus.
Yes.
Constantly watching fires because of a hidden enemy or danger.
Yes, which does well, that this is the part of constantly watching we don't use that often.
The second half, yeah.
So is that
Hmm.
so? What does it do?
You may also reroll 1d20 on any task attempted to locate a hidden enemy or danger.
Okay.
I'm not gonna burn my determination out of the gate. I might need it from here. I am going to. It's going to be opposed, so I will buy 2 extra dice.
Yeah, given what's her name is
Actually, let me yeah, I should finish rolling first. So, um, this person's going to roll fitness security. They are going to spend 3 personal threat on the past is ours. And an additional personal threat on a 3rd die. Oh, and I've been giving some of the major NPCs, both the ones that have worked with you and against you, a little too much threat, as it's not 3 threat per value, it's 6 plus 1 for each value.
Okay.
So the most you're ever really going to come across is a major important character with 9 personal threat. And
Well, if they had 4 values, wouldn't that be 10?
I think it's each additional. It's either 9 or 10, but yeah.
Okay, okay.
Um, So this before rolling, this person is got a focus, fitness. Oh, sorry. From them, it's daring, security.
Mhm.
I would accept daring from you as well if that's
No.
better.
No way.
Oh, I wonder if
Um,
someone like beamed on while we were beaming people off.
The trait Klingon here is matched by your trait Vulcan.
Okay. I'm really strong, so am I.
The trait Warlord is going to give a free hit
Yep.
because he's seen more battles than many living beings have. And this is a deadly attack, but they have killer instinct. So no additional threat is added.
Are we at the start of an action scene?
This is going to trigger an action scene. Yes, but we're not. Rather than taking the first turn, he is doing the thing that causes the first turn to happen.
Okay.
Why is
Because we have a person with no hesitation in the room.
Yeah.
My-
Wondering about that as well, but I figured that because I
Okay.
wasn't given the opportunity to react, and probably
Well-
I could because of no hesitation allows you to just go first, right?
yeah, spend one threat, take the first turn in an action scene.
You can
Does no hesitation interact with not knowing the danger is present at all?
hold on. You can do that. Basically, you're doing that to go ahead of Aratana.
Right, but I wouldn't know that there's anything happening yet, right? No?
You no, you get to know the same thing Aratana does. I just kind of knowing what I know about your two characters, figured that Aratana had the better reflexes because of their security score and their fitness score. But you are a daring character and you do have no hesitation, and you can't use those if you wish to take this off of Aratana's hands.
And if you don't, then it costs 2 for them to go ahead of me.
Right.
That's why that matters, because if you say no to no hesitation, then my thing constantly watching fires in the first half, where if the enemy wants to go first, they have to spend 2 threat.
So constantly watching would come after this. This will resolve, and then we will be in a combat in which they could go first or you could go first.
Okay. So you're saying no hesitation, constantly watching do not work in this case until after this roll, because an action scene is not occurring yet.
I'll reread both talents. I maybe doing something wrong. I've never read action scene as a keyword.
I think that's new in 2E, where they're talking about action scenes a little bit differently.
But I can't find it easily defined in the book. Okay, well, no hesitation doesn't, because it specifically says at the start of any round in an action scene. Even if there is an action scene happening, we're not at the start of the round yet. That's not going to come till after this is resolved.
So then, no hesitation would fire though.
No hesitation
no hesitation
will
won't
become an
fire.
option shortly, but it is not an option yet.
Okay.
Constantly watching, I think, is and is another reason that a defense was allowed here. I'll go ahead and spend the 2 threat. Because yeah, constantly watching your fitness, everything is why you're getting to do this. But because it is them acting, it's not technically you acting. I'll go ahead and spend it. Does that answer all the questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear on how
so,
that was gonna land.
I think order of operations, it makes sense that like the start of the scene is determined before the first round of the scene.
Yeah, because I mean, in this case and in future cases, there are actions that start combat, like a surprise attack, which happens outside of the combat. Actually, surprise attacks is the exact situation that we're dealing with, and we'll probably have to deal with in the future.
I'm not re-rolling any of that. That's a good roll. Unless he rolls really well, there's no reason for me to.
Yeah.
Oh, that was his roll there, those 2 dice. Oop.
I suspect you may have the advantage.
Or 5. I think I'm 1 up on him, aren't I? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I rolled 6. Yeah.
Aged rapidly as he approached.
No, the wrong thing was on his. Yeah, you get 6 hits. He has 2 plus 2 from value spend, plus 1 from Warlord. Do you have anything else? No. So you can describe how Artana reacts as shimmering red light appears all around you, and suddenly the most daunting and grizzled Klingon you've ever seen in an unfamiliar armor brings down a glaive towards Commander Soloris, who is as yet unaware of the impending violence. This is not you counterattacking him. This is you somehow knocking aside the attack or preventing it.
Well, the instinct to stop a attacker is either to nerve pinch them or shoot them. Really.
Which is what you might do next. Why
I stare with a glowering glare, like I can't. I don't know how to go beyond. Because I wouldn't jump in the way. I would, because that's the least effective way to solve the problem. That's just getting me killed.
You can knock the weapon out of the way. You can push him or Soloris. Whatever it is, it just it has to be something you could do without thinking.
You could shout something, maybe?
Like you could shout something and Soloris might react.
Okay. I will shout something like, get out of the way. Sorry, I feel very handcuffed here. It's very confusing. So I will shout for her to get out of the way.
And Soloris will try to jump out of the way of an impending attack that she didn't know was coming.
You dodge out of the way, and the three of you find yourselves surrounded by Klingons wielding pistols and blades. And now we're at the start of the round.
At that point, I'd like to spend a breath.
You can.
All right. So there's there's a couple Klingons in front of me, and I'm going to do the very smart thing of engaging in hand-to-hand combat with a Klingon.
By the way, you're Soloris's favorite. Out of all of the dumb, reckless, utterly clueless as to how they are unmatched and that doesn't bother them humans she's ever encountered, you're her favorite.
Yeah. Thank you. I would like to use the trait brazen here.
Yeah, these people do not expect a Starfleet officer to start punching them. They expect you to go for your energy.
Yeah. No, that takes an extra like second. I'm just planting a foot in a face.
That counters the difficulty from them being Klingon.
All right. Focus in hand-to-hand combat.
Yes.
Was she doing like an upper kick?
Yeah.
Oh!
Let's see.
She's the Kirk.
Yeah. Exactly. Let's see. These are opposed rolls, right, for melee? It's been a while.
Yes.
Great.
Yeah, I don't think y'all have done melee. I've done melee to you.
Yeah.
So far.
And I wasn't there when we were in a melee scene.
Well, most of the
You
time,
were,
melee's
when, you were there when Artana was getting attacked by the bugs or the animals.
I thought I was with Inverni for some reason.
No, you were on the
No,
other
I
side
wasn't.
of the
I
wall.
wasn't.
So.
All right. So daring security.
Oh,
You must choose whether you tend to inflict a stun or deadly injury.
I think foot to the face is generally attempting to be deadly.
Then you would give me a threat.
Yeah. I think that's a narrative consequence of what I decided to do.
Okay. Daring security, difficulty of 1.
Okay.
But he is aware, so this becomes opposed.
Got it. So I have a one
No,
malice.
it is a difficulty 1 task if he is unaware. If he
Got
is
it,
aware,
got
it becomes opposed.
Comes post. Okay. I will spend the momentum we have for third die, I guess.
He doesn't think you're big enough of a threat yet to put this much effort into.
All right. 3. Well, that's 3 on a comp.
Well, he doesn't want to fail. And because he used security, on a melee attack, he is going to reroll 1. And that made it worse. You gain 2 momentum and you have a complication.
Take 2 threat.
All right. Oh, sorry, I gave you.
I don't
2
think
threat.
I'm supposed to have the threat. Like, I'll take personal threat. That's very empowering. But
No.
all right. And then let's see. Unarmed strike.
So, you inflict an injury, except
Try the Klingon.
you strike him, and although you easily get past his defenses and he's unable to stop the blow, he seems entirely unmoved or affected as you kick him.
Do any damage because he has resistance.
You did not. What is your? I think melee is always 2, right? Unless otherwise.
I think so. I don't know.
Unarmed strike is severity 2.
All right.
It's 2 momentum to increase severity by 1, unless you have some special thing that, like intense, that makes it hit harder.
Yeah, I don't. I could buy it. No, I can't.
Also, I don't think you
Caused
can
a
make your unarmed attack deadly.
Oh, can I not?
That might just have been weird phrasing that it tells you to declare which way it is. It may be asking you just to restate what the weapon is, but it said it like you get a choice.
It might be because like phaser has stun / deadly, but unarmed strike just has stun.
Okay, I see that. I wasn't looking at the list. I was just looking at you declare. So
Right.
obviously
So
it's
one
saying
less
that
threat
because
to you
some
then.
of them do have the option.
Yeah.
Not all of them do. Okay, so this couldn't be deadly. So I'll give you back that.
Yeah, because some stuff just automatically is deadly. It's like, oh, there's no choice. You're stabbing someone? That's deadly.
Yeah.
There is no non-deadly way to stab somebody.
Cool. Well, I think I have the ability to deal 1 damage, maybe, by increasing the intensity. Give me a sec. Looking at the book.
Yeah, because the downside is we for increased severity, it's not an immediate, so we can't use threat to do it.
Yeah. So.
You'd have to do your momentum wombo combo to punch them.
I could do that, yeah. But I don't know if I'm doing a substantial amount of damage even then.
Yeah, because they might just soak it through stress, unless they're mook. But even then, who knows?
I also don't really have a good value for melee combat.
Yeah. What do you mean the pilot isn't a boxer in one of their values?
I mean, I have a focus in it.
You could yeah, the fact that you have such a high daring, a good security, a focus in martial arts, you could confuse anybody that you're not actually a good boxer.
I mean, I would argue I'm a pretty good boxer. It's just that boxing a Klingon is a challenge.
Yeah.
You know? Um, so yeah, any opinions from the peanut gallery about whether I should try and spend for this or not? I don't feel
Why
familiar
not?
enough with the
Give him a scratch. Who cares?
cool. Uh,
Let's
all
note they're a
right.
mook. That's worth it, actually.
Yeah, yeah. Um, so spend 2, see if that does anything.
Your leg connects again. As you throw a quick, furious round of kicks. But he's a Klingon warrior in body armor. He is unmoved.
Well, that's not good.
I just straight up took no damage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. So 3 doesn't get past them. Um,
Seems bad.
I could technically spend 2 more by
Um,
termination.
yeah, it's fine. Save your determination for later.
All right. Well, I feel useful.
Are y'all going to let it pass?
We can keep
Or
for
gonna
free
keep?
because of my
Right.
talent. Yeah. Um, we keep the initiative. All right. I'm no good in a melee fight, but I could direct you, Aratana, for my turn, and then you could go, and that might help us take down at least 2 of them.
Because I could double swing, yeah.
Yeah, all right. So upon seeing all of this, Soloris looks around, realizes the danger she's in, realizes that she is not at all equipped to do this, and she points at what she's guessing is the leader because he looks the oldest, and yells, Aratana, get him.
As part of the narratively, what happens is that Eritana makes it. He probably just out of the constantly watching and knowing there's Klingons aboard, kind of had his hand resting on his phaser pistol this whole time. But seeing the Klingon, hearing the order, he moves as if he's going to draw, and then he uses that half second to kind of reach out and try to nerve pinch at him.
Yeah. As he, we see, does he start to dodge, opening himself up because he expects a phaser attack, or has he seen this before?
Yeah. Hand-to-hand combat focus.
Sorry, ask that again.
Hand-to-hand combat focus. Just declaring it.
Yes. I will also offer I'm gonna put the trait on him of this is of overextended because of his how much force he tried to put into the one attack blow against Soloris. So you have a free hit for now.
Oh, could we say like the Batleth's one, and as it missed her, it got lodged in the wall plating, and he has to like rip it back out?
You know what? I will say that, as it's probably a little bit terrifying that it cut through starship whole interior hull plating like it was butter.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Let me
Great.
between that and Vulcan, you're going to zero out Klingon and Warlord. So actually, this is a even difficulty attack. Except I think Killer Instinct. Is this deadly or not?
No, I'm trying to knock him out.
Okay.
Because if I try to shoot, that's why I'm like, I don't want to shoot him. Because if I shoot him, I'm going to try to vaporize him. So if I nerve pinch him, I can actually drop him. Is the theory. Besides, nerve pinch is a non-lethal attack anyway. I wouldn't even have the choice. So I was just double checking that myself. I was like, could I kill with a nerve pinch? No, not really.
All right, so I'll roll for him. He is going to spend one out of the pool on an extra dice.
I will spend one momentum to match him.
Okay. Yeah, even though you're the attacker here, I want to try to have them always roll first. That way you can see.
Oops, I was gonna roll it manually. Brain's in the wrong spot. Doop.
I think that is a tie.
Levi went out.
He. Yeah, because we did away with clashing and nothing happens, right?
Yeah, because one side's setting the difficulty and the other's trying to hit it or meet it or beat it.
I'm so sorry. I forgot. I assist.
Yeah.
Presence command. Because
Yeah, you
I'm
directed
giving him
me.
an order. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I kind of zoned out for a minute there. GM, this probably doesn't work, but if I'm giving him an order of focus and rhetoric,
No.
okay, I need a focus in tactics or something.
Okay, there. We don't have to worry about
You're
the
welcome.
tie now.
Great.
I'm
Because
so sorry.
of Warrior Spirit, he'll go ahead and re-roll the 2 1s just because that's better than
Losing. Yeah.
failing. Which brings him back to being even with you.
We're back where we started. No.
Yep.
God.
Oh, I owe myself a threat. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you overspent for him?
When he makes a melee attack, the first bonus d20 is free.
That makes sense. Klingon thing, I'm guessing?
No, actually,
Oh.
it encourages you to kind of make special rules for enemies. It doesn't give you like for like alien enemies that need like weird abilities, like for like disappearing or like being machines or something like that. It does give you a lot of sample special rules, but for like opposing alien NPCs who are more human-like,
Mm-hmm.
it gives you some suggestions that aren't specific. Like in this case, he has a melee attack proficiency. So when he's performing, all it says is when performing a particular task in a specific way, the first bonus d20 is free. What I've given him is when performing security in a melee attack, the first bonus d20 is free. You're allowed to give them those special rules or talents. I normally go with talents because I feel I don't have to balance.
Mm-hmm.
In the same way, I'm assuming they're already balanced, but in this case, it just kind of it made sense as something I wanted to do.
Yeah.
I'm almost certain. Actually, I am quite certain that you're correct.
256 highlights it because it talks about opposed tasks.
Okay.
And that the reactive character is the one sending the difficulty. Flip side, when he attacks, I'm the reactive. Because I'm reacting to him attacking me.
I guess it makes sense that the advantage is narrowly in the attacker's favor because it's easier to punch someone that is to successfully dodge a blow and then punch back.
Yeah. Also makes rerolls very powerful. You're like, I don't want to meet. I need to beat you. Shoot.
Mhm.
Like the onus on me is higher to, especially in melee. I need to meet the aggression. I need to beat the aggression rather than just meeting it. Aha. Unfortunately, it's not what I wanted because I needed momentum. Even winning this is not great because I needed more momentum and I didn't get it. So.
Yeah. So you are able to grab him between the shoulder blade and neck.
I deal 4 with my attack.
There's a moment where you see him look with concern at you as you have outmaneuvered him, and a smile then come across his face as no damage is dealt. What you notice, he has some form of personal protective armor that does not conform to known Klingon specifications. And as compared to what he is wearing to those around him, it looks particularly decorated and reinforced.
Yeah.
Not even a Starfleet officer in body armor, even a particularly strong Starfleet officer from a species with redundancies could withstand this kind of attack.
Yeah, because I'm basically hitting him with the same amount of force a phaser does. I have the same amount of severity. So, it's like, so there is a raised eyebrow of surprise of that should have done something. That did nothing. Uh-oh.
At this point, do we want to try and momentum jump into it? I don't know.
We don't have any momentum, do we?
Yeah.
Well, I could make us momentum.
It's gonna make you 4
Yeah.
momentum.
Yeah,
Well, didn't
4
we talk
momentum if
about?
you think it's worth it.
If
No,
I
I
had,
think.
go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry. Well, I was just going to say, I think they might have some trait, some sci-fi technology that is making them literally immune to melee attacks. I don't know if we want to even try to break that shield, but we could. Maybe we will see how high it goes.
For the thing I was going to add in is that for me, with my when I do unarmed attacks, I can, because of applied force, it costs my nerve pinches do not an applied force, it's nerve pinch. I can actually do increase it by 1 for 1, but I need momentum to do it. That's the problem.
Oh, so
Yeah.
you could potentially increase it
Go
by
by
4
4?
if you're.
That
Yeah.
sounds like it could be worthwhile.
Then I say we go for it, and we see if we even can win this fight, or if we just have to withdraw.
All right. There's people boarding my ship. I'd like to spend towards the value. I lost one ship when I wasn't there. I won't lose another.
Yep, you're in the middle of it. It's entirely up to you, and your ability to persevere.
All right. Spirit of Discovery. 3 momentum. Faith of the Heart. 1 momentum. There you go, Arcana.
4 more severity as I focus hard through the psychic connection at my fingertips and just try to pierce through the armor somehow. Just feeling that desperation for my friend, for my fellow crewmen.
As you focus more and apply a level of physical force that, rather than nerve pinching a human, even a human in body armor, would instead just break their bones, you eventually find purchase, and he growls out, kind of drops to one knee, and then vanishes in a red beam of light. Almost as if he's beamed away.
Slight stumble forward and then a look around of mild alarm of, oh, did I get beamed away? Oh no, I'm okay.
I do not think y'all can keep, but you could, I think, Swift if you wanted to. I mean, you don't really have the resources, but y'all could technically come up with them. That's why I ask.
Yeah, we could technically. Captain could give me determination. I could determination spend get more points.
That's why I ask. I
Yeah.
didn't think the answer was likely, but
No, just let him go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, because I have
Not sure
I have my regular turn coming up anyway. So
Mhm.
The Klingon next to Artana will growl and say,
oh, yeah.
I was hoping there would be one of you who could fight.
Ah, oh, damn it.
Oh no.
As I start squaring off and just sigh.
His hand is gonna drop, and he is going to try to outdraw you on a disruptor shot, because he's actually seen that you are incredibly effective at melee defense and offense.
He's got a good. That's a good plan. I do that too. I'm not fighting you. Bang.
You don't have cover, so this can't become an opposed attack.
Yeah. My cover is my badge. Oh, I'm not security anymore. Damn it. I should get a badge. Call it the thin gold line.
My God.
Yeah, I'm getting shot. There's nothing I can do. Except soak.
minor aim.
Nice knowing you, buddy.
I'll be fine. I have plenty of stress. If he misses, though, that's a problem.
Well, thankfully he aimed.
It's a good thing he aimed, yep.
And he has his only special rule also gives him a reroll, so he has 2 single rerolls. Which is still not enough.
Because the diff's like 2 or something, isn't it? To shoot somebody?
Oh, hold on. It is normally diff 2. But there's a reason he aimed.
Because he's a mama's boy? I don't know.
He has another reroll because accurate gives 2 rerolls. And this is another clue that you have encountered something Starfleet doesn't have any expertise on. A pistol like this should not like self-stabilize and help him hit you like this.
Yeah.
He has achieved he almost, actually he does end up, sorry, that last roll there is not a thing, but he does end up with 2 successes. Yeah. He aims, he should miss you, but you can see the pistol itself emit the beam directly towards you as if it's compensating for that slight difference in inches between his point of aim and where you're actually at. And that is not something that Starfleet has ever seen a Klingon disruptor do.
Hell, our pistols don't do that.
You have rifles that do this,
Yeah.
but that kind of technology is very bulky.
I think our hand phasers do that in 100 years, but
No, they don't.
Well, we don't know that. We're just guessing.
Well, you don't know it, and also they don't.
Oh, it will. Aratana has a goal.
That
is not becoming standard issue, Aratana. That's just not happening. Oh. Just think of it. Disruptors.
Oh, I owe myself a threat. This can only be deadly. If it had a stun option, since I didn't say it, I would have made it stun, but it does not have a stun option.
If bad guys fire with deadly, they gain threat?
Oh, sorry. No. It definitely is.
I was like, oh god, this game turned up hard mode. I'm like, oh, holy crap.
No.
Okay, no, okay.
By the way, sorry.
Phew. I would have believed
yeah, it's a little.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what you meant by "oh, self a threat" because it went either way.
You can either take 4 stress as this is a grazing wound, or you can take the injury disruptor burn 4 and go down.
I'll take the 4 stress.
This is intense.
That means he can spend 1 instead of 2 to add severity.
He'll spend 2 actually, since it's available. So 6 stress or which I think is what you're taking, right?
I'm taking the 6 stress.
Yeah.
Friggin' ouch. that hurts a lot.
Okay. This goes to you.
Oof.
As he shoots me, I move away from him as part of the, oh god, I'm being shot at. But also, I realize that the other 2 haven't done anything yet, and I want to interrupt them before they get to attack my fellow my fellow crew.
It's like a slight
yeah.
juke and shove of him, and then run across the field. knock another guy out of the way. Yeah,
Yep.
everybody else sees this as a 3-on-3 fight. Artana sees this as a 3-on-1 fight with 2 bystanders.
Don't worry, I got this. We have guns, you know. Huh? Oh yeah, I'm not used to that. Sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna take a swing at this guy. I'm gonna try and nerf pitch him because that does the most damage.
It does the same amount as a
Mind
pistol, it just
you,
has different
I
qualities.
could. Can you do another of those? These guys look as armored as their friend back there.
The same type of armor and material, but his had something like inlaid in it and added to it. But context that you have gotten is that you did 8 damage to get an injury. Doing 4 was not enough. When Griffin went, they did 3 to this guy, and it was not enough. So 3 was not enough for him, and 4 was not enough for the big guy. 8 was enough for the big guy, but 8 might have been more than enough.
Yeah, because who knows? Or he's like, I'm not taking 8. I'm leaving. I don't have the extra time to draw and fire, so I'll just use. Yeah, I'll charge over and grab him because my hands are already available. I do have a minor free because it is my turn because it doesn't take anything to attack these guys because we're all in the same zone. Yeah. Question mark. So I'm not
Yes,
burning a minor
yes.
to get to them.
No. You hold on. We have to double check if you're allowed to move out of melee.
If we're in melee, then yeah, there's
You
something
were
I have
in.
to.
Oh no, you weren't in melee with that guy. That's right.
Yeah, the guy I was in melee with would have been a problem. Yeah.
Yes. No, you don't need any movement.
I am going to, as I move over to him, I'm going to use my minor to aim as I try to find. I start looking for a better point to grab at his neck and try to or remember exactly where I grabbed the last guy and remember how I grabbed him.
Okay.
So that'll get me a single reroll. Full mint. I need to.
All right, and like before, Klingon, compensating for Vulcan.
Could you keep it down out there? I'm trying to do surgery.
Yeah, I'm not the one doing the shooting noises. That's not my fault. You don't get to yell at me.
Yeah, how good is the soundproofing in your room?
Oh man.
He'll spend 1 to oppose. You fought and did damage to Klingon much stronger than he. Uh-oh. He wildly misinterprets what the attack you intend to make. As you gain 4 momentum. You grab him and he does not seem to be impaired at all.
Ah, darn it. I'm going to spend 3? Sorry, I'm questioning whether I want to spend the whole 4 or
It's
not.
immediate and repeatable. You can spend as many or as much as you want, and me answering what happens does not end your ability.
That's true. Does 5 do it?
5 does
Thank God.
cause him to disappear in a band of red energy.
Uh,
Are you going to swift task or let it go?
Yeah, I'm going to swift task.
All right, 2 to swift task. Difficulty goes up by 1, which means he has a free hit essentially.
Yeah.
Assuming this is also melee.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I could have rerolled that 0, but I chose not to because I didn't want to trigger a complication. By the way, you should have 6 more threat because I full mitted at you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
And I'm going to spend 2, 3, sorry, because you are furiously defeating Klingons like a Dahar master, and he is not going to underestimate you.
He gets 2 threat. I'm spending a momentum. Or rather, you get 2 threat. He can borrow from you if you let him.
We're pals. Oh no.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Gain 2 momentum.
Only 1, I think, because I swifted.
Yes, only 1. You grab him, and like the others, an attack that should bring him to his knees seems to do nothing to him.
And I'll spend 1 more to do extra damage.
As you grip harder, like with the others, he disappears. Which forces the round back to go around, and y'all went last. But before that, a Klingon is going to go first unless talents are used.
No hesitation is the only thing that can fire. My thing's already gone.
That's fine.
No hesitation is every round, but yeah, yours is only the very start because
Yep.
it's not tied to rounds.
So do you want to go first again there, Gwen?
I was muted. Love that. Yeah, sure, I'll go first. And one for that.
Insight, command, difficulty 3.
Right. It's not a great roll for me. Do I have a focus?
No.
That I did. Huh. Well, this seems weird. Does quantum ghosts help me at all?
No, quantum ghosts really dealt with you living with the knowledge that there's an entire alternate version of the Andromeda that was blinked out of existence.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know that
figured
doesn't
it
apply.
does. I don't think Raisin or Renounced Starfleet crew are triggering here, so
No.
give you a threat for
Okay.
her die and see what my 50-50 looks like. Not very good.
Klingon's a Klingon.
Klingon's a Klingon. Yeah, there's Klingons here. I don't know they're Klingon about it. Cool. That was not my action. I take it.
Nope, it was not. It was a free roll. Could have been declined or not.
We need to get
All
the
right.
shields up.
Yeah, that was exactly my thought. I'm gonna try to make a break for the bridge to get the shields up.
You are in melee.
Am I?
Oh no, sorry. I was getting confused on positioning. No, the guy that had you in melee is gone.
Yeah. I think I can get to the bridge.
It's a minor.
Yeah. Yes, the record. Yeah, minor gets the bridge.
Oh, and I don't think I already took the threat for no hesitation, did I?
No, you didn't. You didn't.
No, you didn't.
Right.
Get to a bridge console, skid in, shout over my shoulder to Vernie, we're being boarded, and slap at, the red alert button to raise shield. I'm assuming that'll cost my action.
So, yeah, shields are a thing you can do from operations. In fact, it's primarily done from operations.
Okay.
That I think is only going to count as a minor, which you could use your major to do, or you could spend. Because the shields weren't disabled, this is not an action.
Mhm.
Like, it's not an action to raise
Right,
them. It's an
right,
action
right.
to raise them when they've been disabled by someone.
Makes sense. I think it's better if I just
From
action this. Use my major action to buy a
you
minor
can
action.
create a trait that is related to modifications of the ship's systems. You could reroute power. You could transport things.
Or are you talking about if I bought a minor and then had my major still to work with?
I am.
Right.
We would need momentum to do that.
Yeah. I don't.
Yeah, you don't
Is
have a
that
way
a
of
thing you
solving
can
that
touch them
problem.
for?
I was only suggesting. I was only reminding them of the possibilities if they decided to go through.
Yeah. No, I think I'll just use my my major action here.
All right.
To try and basically sound general quarters that we're being boarded and raise shields. So
Just
that will be
trying to
my
do
turn.
surgery. Can't have shit on this ship.
And you are actually mistaken, Commander Solaris. It is once a round, not once per action scene, and not in just the first round. So you can keep for free if you wish.
I was going to double check that, but I forgot. Thank you.
So you or Solaris could go, or y'all could that you could have Dr. Tweer bring in the other security officer that is right there and available.
We may also want to consider him sealing the door with all that fighting going on, because this may be an attack against them.
You
I think
could.
it's more an attack against them than us, yeah. Yeah, yeah, that's what I was going to do in my turn, was going to seal everyone in, or seal the ship.
So, do you want to ask if the doctor wants to use a security officer for that, or do you want to do it?
No, because I can't do combat, so I will do that. So can I? Yeah, run over. I can't with my token, but can I run over to a console and like activate the chipboard? Can I, flip a switch to lock down this floor because we know this floor has intruders in it? Create the scene trait that
You
this place has been locked down.
You can direct someone on the bridge to do that. That's the only way you're gonna get this done. The only way you're gonna get this done is by going minor to the terminal in the computer core, or minor to a terminal on the bridge,
Mm-hmm.
or in engineering.
Mm-hmm.
Because to get to the actual security, the actual like weapons bay is more than that.
Okay.
So you're going to need to minor to one of those places, and then you could use your major to do that. The system the console you want to use, I think, is tactical.
Yeah, why don't I minor to the bridge?
Oh, sorry, no, it is operations. Tactical, you can create traits for like modifications to weapon systems or useful targeting data. While operations is the one that's used to reflect modifications to ship systems.
Yeah, why
So
don't I just minor to the bridge and do it, because that seems like the safest spot for me to be in this
Yep.
situation anyways. So yeah, a second after you, following a second later, mostly because she is not a trained free runner in her free time, and so she goes slower than you. Yeah, she steps in the door, and you can hear like some heavy panting from her breath as she is more exhausted by this than you are. And then she goes over to the tactical console.
Yeah, I think
and
you're going to want to take the command position. Actually,
oh, this is a security task. Okay.
no, it's an operations task. The problem is, there is someone in the command position, and there's someone in the operations position.
Mm-hmm.
But you could direct her to do it. It's like you do this, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I am the captain, so yeah, I just want to go up to yeah, then I will just direct okay, what is the role? Because I'll inform who I'm directing to do this.
Sorry, ask that again. I'm just double checking because it calls things specifically about positions out. And although it makes intuitive sense, you could just step onto the bridge and order someone. I'm trying to make sure I'm not. We kind of wanted to play as close to the game
So,
as.
there are two things. Direct is in personal conflict, but it's also in the command position. And here's the problem that we've missed. It costs some momentum to direct somebody.
Okay.
Ah.
Well, I'll
I
let that
can't
one go
anyways.
before.
Well, then can I just run to a console and try it?
And just override if you're not
You
using doing it
can.
from the opposite system.
What I was trying to do was find the way for you not to have to take the increased difficulty.
Because you call it ops. In theory, the command chair could do it possibly, but it's like you said, somebody's sitting there right now.
Yeah, and this is a direct to do a ship task, so I think we're using the Starship direct, which is done from the command position.
Yeah.
Which is easily taken over. It just requires Inverni moving and stuff, but we're in a close. We're in a where seconds matter. I'm trying to find the exact description of override.
Override 300.
Is a okay. All right. So go to the multifunction console. Give me control, security, or command, difficulty 3.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Mhm.
Override is a major action, so your action this round is setting the controls up.
Okay. Okay.
Can't you override from any position? That's why you have increased
You
difficulty.
can. Override is listed under Starship Conflict major actions, though.
Right.
It is a thing you can do. It's just listed as a major action,
But
not a
G-
But I
minor.
assume that's saying that you can override and do something for a major action, not it takes a whole action just to
Oh.
override. Let me double check the wording.
I think from the word
From override, the text of override is the character overrides the controls of another position. The character may attempt a major action from any other position other than the commanding officer, but increasing the difficulty by 1 due to the suboptimal controls. So my read on override is that you can do that in the same turn. It's just 1 higher difficulty. It doesn't say you set up for the next turn.
Yeah, I was only reading it as it being a major action that you're overriding it, and so it's doing that for the rest of the scene. But yeah, that's fine. That's more in line with how it worked in 1E, so that's probably what it is. So go ahead. Control security difficulty 3.
You said I could use command earlier?
Yes, or command.
Okay, and if this is locking down the ship, can I argue for structural engineering? Because I know the proper structural fields and systems to activate.
This is for locking all of the doors on this deck. You can increase the potency of the trait to affect other decks.
Okay.
It's not the shields are already up, so it's not like protecting against beaming and stuff. This is just
That's what I figured. I just wanted to try. Okay. Could my trait of tyrant help that maybe I have this command more ready on the finger than other captains would?
I'll allow that. You are prone to doing things that wildly interfere with other people's ability to do their job without a second thought.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how bad this could end up for Aratana being locked in this hallway with all these Klingons. You're going to lock her in there, and it's not up to her. No consultation. This is what's happening because
I have to
Solaris.
save my ship. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few.
typical Vulcan.
As I was about to say, which is always great until you're the Vulcan on the other end. Who's
I will accept my role happily. I almost went down into that thing.
I was about to say, yeah, I will accept the rep being Artana can accept the new character.
I'm not
I
dead
don't- we
yet.
know-
You're trapped in
Uh-huh.
here with me. Oh.
Oh my god. Yeah. And all the
Okay.
lights flicker off and then only dramatic red emergency lights are on now. No. Control command, difficulty 2. I'm not gonna have a focus.
Yes. Yes.
Difficulty 2 because it went down. I don't have bold, but I'm gonna give you 3 threats. I don't want this to fail.
Yeah.
And that's 2 momentum. So can I activate? Yeah. Okay, where do we keep the escape pods? Are they marked on the ship? If not, that's fine.
Yeah, there are 2 on this deck, and then
Some
there
on this
are a
deck.
bunch on deck 1. Yeah, these are like this hatch. This is normally the ramp out of the ship.
Mhm.
In an emergency, this ramp gets opened, and these just get like shot out the back.
Mhm.
These are actually using a more traditional system that you'd find on other ships, where there's
A
like a
magnetic
control
launch.
panel.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. In that case, I will lock down.
The computer core.
Yeah. Hold on. Oh, is it room by room? I thought it was deck by deck.
No, is deck by deck. I was just someone was painting this, so I thought you were
Oh.
like
I was trying to remember what the deck's names were, so I will lock down B deck and C deck.
B deck and C deck. Okay.
So that's our momentum spent.
Okay. Transporters, torpedoes, they're all mine.
I'm
Yeah.
working on it. Okay.
So I will create the trait.
Yeah, as she's doing this, she'll yell over the intercom. Well, not yell. She will command over the intercom. Attention ship, we have intruders on board. I am locking down all decks. If you spot anyone suspicious, report them to security immediately. All security teams to B deck. And that'll be my next role next turn, is sending security teams to B deck.
Create the trait lockdown deck B and C 2. Put C2.
Yeah, as we get like a shot of all the doors, hearing a mechanical clink as the gears put into place that prevents them from being ripped open.
All right, I think that was a swift. Unless you're going to find some way to do. No, sorry, that was a keep. Unless you're going to do a swift, it's going to go to the enemy.
Yep, sounds good.
Yeah, it goes to them for sure. Because you guys are going to need that extra momentum buff for something else. So.
This Klingon kind of looks around for a second. Unsure of the situation.
You're free to surrender if you want.
Is going to ready. Yeah, if anyone tries to attack him, he will respond.
Who does this? This guy?
I will mark him with a token. Which are all lovely for D&D. Never quite have a good one for what I want to do in any other RPG.
Yeah.
We'll give him a lightning bolt.
Oh, that guy. Okay.
That guy is the guy that was here before the start of this round. Aratan, I think you're the only player who hasn't gone. Insight security difficulty 3 if you wish.
Sure, I'll give it a whirl. Does constantly watching's reroll help here? Is this a hidden danger I'm sensing?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Worth asking. I'm pretty sure I don't have a focus here because all my stuff's about attacking or athletics or something like that, or communications.
Yeah, no, I don't think you do.
That doesn't apply. That doesn't.
Oh, I've been forgetting. Don't feel don't hold back on bringing up facial laceration. Facial laceration. These are Klingons.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of bringing up if I socialed at them. Me
Yeah.
pinching them, I wasn't gonna. I was like, I have scars. My pinch is better. I'm like, huh? And,
It
Oh.
could. Well, you're right. It may not always apply, but if it does apply, it could be something like something terrible has happened to this person and they survived. Right. The kind of wound that you might expect like a seasoned warrior to have.
no.
Yeah, but it's not going to affect this roll.
Yeah, I'm just gonna roll flat and hope for the best. Honestly,
Okay.
I might get lucky. Not that lucky. No, I'm really glad I didn't spend for this.
Yep. Your action. Nothing. Nothing noticed.
Right. That's what I was looking up. I was looking up this. Right. So. Would it be feasible for some sort of weapons locker to be out here in the hall? I wouldn't think so, but it's worth asking.
I would have allowed one to be in a nearby room that you could access, but the lockdown means that you only have access to this corridor without a check. So no.
Yeah.
Before that, like I would have easily allowed you to say that like the security officer hands you something out of the med bay or something.
Well. Artana kind of looks around at these Klingons that beamed in. Here's the lockdown. Size. This guy looks like a leader among them.
He does.
He has a senior badge.
He's larger, more imposing. Actually, since you've kind of gotten a look at him, give me insight, medicine, difficulty 1.
Wow.
Gain a momentum. That's the same guy that was wearing the armor with the glaive. He just has different hairstyle. Like his face, that's the same guy. Dimensions, his face, everything.
Same rank badge.
Same.
Just going by that
He
weird.
does have a few badges in common. There are a few that are different. But like, if he's not the same guy, he's a twin.
Wait, these guys? Just getting a feel of the scene. These guys have the weapons drawn, right? Or do they?
I will allow a re-roll of the insight security task with a reduced difficulty down to 2.
I see what's happening. They're trying to replace him.
Because you're right. You've succeeded enough to notice additional information that's making this easier.
Whoops, that was medicine. Is that 0 any
Not
better?
literal like dice of a re-roll, but like you can re-roll the insight security at a diff 2 now. The earlier task became available again at an easier difficulty because of what you said. That's 1 dice. Okay.
No, that insight medicine should have been at this higher. That's
those
just
are
being
both successes.
Yeah, those are both successes. Yep. So I just hit it.
Their weapons and posture looks like they only are concerned about this guy. They're not worried about you at all. They also have different badges. Their uniforms are slightly different. Same materials, mostly, you think, but different insignia. perhaps a different unit, different house. You're not sure, but they're not. They're definitely not from the identical faction.
Look, fellas, I'm the Senior Chief Master at Arms of the USS Andromeda, United Federation of Planets. How about we have a nice chat and figure out why the hell you're on my ship?
Give me. There are 2 tasks here.
Hmm.
Taking the easier one first. Presence command, difficulty 2.
Respected Starfleet crew, help. I have a good reputation.
Difficulty 1.
Facial laceration, help me at all?
Difficulty 0.
I'll take the momentum.
This guy in the back kind of says in a gruff voice, "We can do this the peaceful way." And they kind of start holstering their weapons. For this guy, you're looking at a presence command that would not be available except for the combination of for facial laceration. Like it's a diff 0, it's a diff 6 without that. So with looking like a warrior who's survived an intense attack, you can attempt the diff 5.
Gosh darn it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I was about to say, and if you don't, I think we have to look at your values.
So, it's presence because I'm trying to get him to do something.
It is presence.
Could I argue security because I'm coming off as a threat to him?
Yes.
You came here to start stabbing people. I hate to buy a full met, but this is so hard to begin with. I need the reroll more than anything because I could get the 2 hits out of the gate, but the reroll's better.
I mean, you have several values here that, if you want to.
Oh yeah.
Like
I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna spend 2 momentum. And give you 4 threat to get the full mit, please. Yeah.
All right.
I do not have a focus for this because I'm not used. I really should get one for yelling at people.
It's kind of a thing you like to do.
Well, usually I just shoot them and it's done with. Yeah. Good golly, Miss Molly. That is luck beyond belief.
Gain a momentum.
Okay, sure.
He holsters his pistol and Mechleth. And he says, "We speak." This guy steps forward, kind of looking half at you, half at him, and says, "You, why are you here?" And he says back, "You know why?" And he says, "This is not something for you to change."
Warriors, I appreciate that whatever you got going is mighty important, but I got a security alert and a lot of very angry security officers about to rush this part of the ship. So how about we stay nice and calm and I let the ship know you're not here to kill us all?
Um, this guy looks back over at you, and we are now out of conflict. We're out of turn order. And he says, "This ship, even in wartime, only carried 5 security officers."
Yeah, but I'm here.
Actually, that does give him pause for a second. He kind of nods a little bit, and he says, "Well, you are certainly a warrior of renown, and for that, you have bought yourself time." He is going to start typing at something on his arm as a little keypad pops up.
Are we dealing with freaking time travelers?
You have a second.
Yeah.
That's why I pause. I pause in case you do something. Otherwise, something's going to happen.
I lean over to look at what he's doing. Well, mind you, I try because out of sheer curiosity, just to see one if he, basically measuring his reaction, and also like either he doesn't care I see, or he really cares.
There might be some information gleaned if you read Klingon, but without
I'm more
having
gleaning his
a-
body language. I'm trying to freak him out to see. I'm trying to see if he's really guarding his information, or if he's like, I don't care if you see.
Oh no. He
See, he doesn't know I don't speak Klingon. I mean, I can order a beer in Klingon, but that's
he
about
doesn't
it.
seem to be concerned, but that's probably more because of everyone surrounding him. It would be impossible for him to hide what he's doing.
What you doing? I don't stop him. I'm just being curious.
He smiles and says, "We will see each other again." And then he will fade out in that same red haze.
That raises an eyebrow. Huh.
The others kind of look around and say, "The child, where is he?"
You're not gonna start trying to kill us, right? I need your word as a warrior, or however you want to put it.
What is your intention with the child?
Right now, it's getting medical attention, and I want you to get into a nice little area where you can sit down and stay calm.
If you are not harming the child, and you can prove it, we will acquiesce.
I'm not in the habit of lying to many armed men in dark corridors under a lockdown. Tends to be a way to shorten one's life. And I'm pretty sure Starfleet medical doctors have a whole oath about saving lives, and pretty sure that bird doctor is mighty keen to keep the child alive.
He says the child has already made it to the Dr. Tawir.
Yes.
They phase out in a fade of blue as they type away at their arm.
Scratches an eyebrow for a second, looks around.
What? What?
That just ain't fair. Goes to a comm panel.
Okay.
Bridge, this is command corridor. Intruders have beamed away, and they ceased hostilities. No further action required. However, I would like some medical attention and relief. But yeah.
Yes. Understood. We will lift lockdown immediately. I am deploying security forces to sweep the decks. Check yourself into Dr. Tweers.
So you are lifting. You are getting rid of the trait lockdown.
Yes.
Okay.
And I want to give an order to the security teams to sweep the ship to make sure there are no stragglers, stowaways, or any leftover items.
If Aratana is receiving treatment and there is a security officer watching the Klingons, that your security team you can deploy is one person who is mostly a tactical systems person.
Okay. In that case, I'm telling Aratana, I'm reminding them that when they feel better, I want them to sweep the ship for me.
As the realization hits, you received training to be an officer on a Constitution class, and then they assigned you here.
Mhm. Yeah. No, I
There is
pictured
no
a much
security
more.
team.
I picture the career in which I would become a first officer aboard a Constitution class and then move up to a command position and have like teams of lieutenants and ensigns around. But, we make do with what we have, and this is what we have. And yeah, if there's a bomb, hopefully it won't go off in the immediate future.
I don't know what you're talking about, Calvin. This ship's great.
Don't worry, if the bomb
Alright.
goes off, the decks are pretty thick. He'll probably contain the blast.
We are going to shift a scene, kind
Oh,
of
so we lose the one momentum we've got.
back in time a little bit. Um,
There's 21 momentum on the board.
We can
As-
time travel too.
to where you and Conway are getting started, the security officer goes to the door, quickly shuts the door and pulls his phaser and says, "There's trouble out there, Doctor."
Well, whatever trouble is out there, it's going to have to stay out there. My trouble is in here. And he motions to the wound on the Jeu de Tour.
You're looking at a control medicine difficulty 4.
Surgery focus.
Yes.
Ooh. Hang on. Just see what I got. Is this just a single check? Or is this like gonna be a whole thing?
No. Healing injuries is not an extended task.
Okie dokie.
Because you're in med bay, the diff goes down to 3, and you can be assisted by sensors or computers plus medical.
That'd be great.
Also, y'all have done this before. Don't know if you want to do it now, but you can. You have 2 supports in here. One of those could be used to override a console to reroute power, giving a crit to the ship's sensors. That may be a lot of effort. I don't know that y'all want to do that. I just remember that's something I think y'all have done.
I think maybe it might just be better for to get a hand from Dr. Conway.
He is now Chief Corpsman because you've had him promoted. He is definitely not a doctor.
Oh, he's not a doctor. Okay, I thought he was a doctor.
No. He is gone from the equivalent of a orderly to a nurse.
Okay.
He could be nurse bomb.
Well, no. Okay, so I was talking about in a modern hospital. An actual Starfleet nurse is going to be commissioned.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I just mean that he is now would over his rank functionally has no effect here on this ship. If he was on a Constitution, he would oversee like a shift of the med bay probably. When the doctor is not in the med bay.
Mhm.
Like this rank normally comes for corpsmen who oversee a couple of other like orderlies and corpsmen.
Yeah, I'll play the corpsman, and he'll say, "Whatever you need, doctor, I'm right here."
Good. We're going to need to begin the anesthetization of the patient. Keep in mind, the patient has a secondary cardiovascular system. The primary one has been completely annihilated, so adjust your dosages accordingly.
Yes, sir. As Conway definitely looks unsure because however many weeks of medical training he's had, they definitely did not cover this. But he will do his best.
Actually, I would correct you. His particular area of expertise is anesthetology and imaging systems. With the
Very
use of the
much-
sensors, this is the only thing he ever gets to assist Weir with that he actually has any understanding of.
Okay. Well, I just meant the whole. No, I meant specifically the whole Klingons with multiple circulatory systems thing.
He has also treated this exact Klingon before, so.
Okay, that is also true.
If you need assistance, pull up my prior medical documentation on the Jeu de Tour.
No, doctor, I think I've got it.
Very good.
So control medicine, difficulty 3, assisted by ships, sensors, or computers medicine,
Take a
plus Conway.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Take a threat.
And actually, I will spend.
You're welcome.
Why are you constantly making my life harder?
Hey, no one broke in there. I did my job.
Strictly speaking, yes.
I'm going to
Well,
spend
you haven't done
2
your job yet.
to create the trait. Disruptor necrosis
Ew.
as a particular the radiation left behind by the energy beam is particularly necrotic. That'll increase the complication all around while working on her.
Okay.
To it by 1.
Well, for you, from comping on a 20 to a 19, same for Conway. The ship, though, is going from comping on a 18, 19, or 20 to. Oh no, you got rid of the trait, right?
No, didn't we have this conversation? We didn't get
no,
rid of the trait.
No,
It's in the
Conversation
pins.
last
It is in the pins.
I did do it. We didn't do it, and we thought we did it, and then I did it, and I anticipate that we'd think that we didn't do it still, so it was pinned.
Oh
yes,
my God,
Griffin
okay.
anticipated this. So actually, for the ship as well, it goes to comp on a 19 or a 20.
Okay. So, okay. Control medicine focus in anesthesiology.
You can suggest a different. It is the main role is control medicine, and control medicine is available for you, but you might have a different suggestion.
Nope, that's my literal best stat combo.
Okay.
I don't have any talents. I'm very
Also
untalented.
Physician trait.
Yes, physician brings it down to 2.
He does not have that listed. I will put physician as a trait.
Nope. That is on the
me.
doctor.
Oh, I thought I was doing the main role here. Am I assisting?
No, you're assisting.
Oh, I'm okay. I'm sorry.
Which is
When
why.
you asked,
Yeah.
okay. When you said this was an necessitology role, I thought I was doing them. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was putting the thing you're assisting with is what you're good at.
Okay, I understand now. I apologize.
$50 fine.
Right.
Payable to the twitch.tv Corbidian channel.
Plus a $25 processing fee.
And I assume y'all are using ship sensors because then you get
2d20.
2 dice.
Here we go. God damn. Oh, for fuck's sake.
That's a
shit.
natural 20. There's
Yeah.
nothing we can do about that.
Stop that.
Just need Conway's assist.
Oh,
All right.
so close.
Threat or complication, Doctor?
You know what? Complication. That's more interesting. You have plenty of threat already.
The ship's sensors, the medical sensors start giving you an alert. Patient primary cardiac organ non-repairables. It has scanned and sees 85% destruction with an additional 10% dead tissue. The sensor therefore indicates that this is no longer a viable organ.
All right. In which case, we're going to have to focus entirely on the secondary, and do everything we can to promote its health and get it stable.
Conway, give me insight, medicine, difficulty 2. This is only available because of your focuses
Okay, I assume I have a focus then.
in imaging systems.
Okay.
There is 2 momentum on the board.
Okay, 1 momentum, 2 threat.
To my herd.
The computer's mistake has even caused some confusion with Dr. Tuir, but Conway, you spent an entire semester learning about all the ways that are common for Starfleet medical sensors to fail physicians in important situations. There's a telltale sign of some of the reporting that the sensor is putting out that suggests it's in an unknown state and it is not providing accurate information. You don't know if what it's saying is true or not. You just know it is likely that the sensor is partially malfunctioning. Actually, it's not that it's malfunctioning, it's that it is not accurate anymore.
And this is because of the fact that the sensor is not calibrated for Klingons?
That could be the reason.
We don't know.
Conway's going to say, these results don't make any sense, Doctor. Something has to be wrong with the imaging equipment. Either there's a bug in the system, or we've suffered damage to the sensors, or it's just not equipped to handle Klingons like this. But these results would imply that they don't make any sense, sir.
So Dr. Tuir faces a dilemma. Either continuing with the scans and therefore completing the task, or you can reattempt the task without the securities, without the sensors. Basically, if you accept and redo the task, you could rebuild the primary heart, or you could accept that the sensors are probably correct and finish the surgery up as you've completed it, removing the primary heart and strengthening the second heart.
Well, you know what? Guess what? I have the perfect value for this. Only trust that which you observe with your own eyes.
Yeah, then your medical training backs up what Conway is saying. It's probably going to be hard. You're probably going to have to put some determination into it. But if you are particularly determined, there might be enough of the primary heart left for reconstruction.
All right. We're going to have to work quickly.
The task is the same task. It is still control medicine after your trait and being in the med bay. It is diff 2. Comp increase of 1. I am going to spend 2 on because you have to do this without sensors. So Noah shipped from the ship sensors, and the difficulty goes up to 3 because you don't have something you've come to really rely on.
Cool.
And I'm going to
So
spend 2 more on the trait fear of the unknown. The door mechanically locks, and you hear a warning about the ship going into lockdown because of intruders. You're starting what could be a hours-long reconstructive surgery, and you don't know if you might start getting shot at in a couple of minutes. So
Yeah, a bead of sweat runs down Conway's face, and he says, Doctor, are you sure that's the wisest course of action? I mean, we could be in serious trouble right now, and we haven't even operated on Klingons like this before.
well, if we are indeed in trouble, and trouble does come bursting down this door, I think the surgery in front of us will be the least of our problems. So we may as well, work quickly, as best we can. As you said, the sensing equipment may be faulty, and we will have to do this the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, Conway looks visibly nervous as you are making him do something above his competency. But he's going to follow along with you because you're his boss.
So
Question.
Yep.
Could they still benefit from computers in theory instead of sensors?
Yes. Because
And
that would be bringing up the medical records, but they're not getting the there's nothing helping them see
Moment to
inside the
moment, yeah.
patient. Right now, they just have to rely on medical records and medical texts.
I would like to spend 1 momentum and 1 threat to activate Chief of the Boat. I'm going to activate the security guy in the room.
Okay. So this is probably something Aratana said to Tag Von Drillion when she stepped out to have a right. Aratana didn't expect to be gone long.
Mhm.
She just wanted him in here while she stepped out to talk to the captain. So what is it Aratana told him that is now pushing him to action when she asked him to stay in this post?
Probably would have been like a casual reminder of just remember you're not here. You're not just a standing camera. You're still a crewman. Doctor needs help. You pitch in. If he needs defending, you draw your phaser. You can chew gum and walk at the same time.
Then you get a nod from Tag, who knows what he has to do, and then yep, in this moment he remembers what the chief told him, and he's gonna spring to action.
As he's going to go to start to get the computer going and basically rerouting power into the computer system to make it roll an auto 1 is his intention.
Okay, so this needs to happen before the doctor rolls. You need to reroute power, which is going to require an override, which turns it into a difficulty 1 task.
Right.
So control engineering difficulty of 1.
What the hell does this do? Oh, he's not being shot at. Don't worry about it. Computer security systems wouldn't apply. I don't see it. I'll throw a threat at you to buy a die. Oh, you got it.
All right. All right. Yeah, then tag probably with a medicine of 1. No, he can't do much to help the doctor, but he can connect to engineering and request all additional power to ship's main computer. So
Very good, Crewman. The records should still be good, even if our eyes are failing us, so to speak. Our memory should still serve.
Yes, Captain. Absolutely, Captain. Doctor. Yes.
control medicine difficulty 4 after traits.
Cool.
Yep, all yours.
I am going to spend my determination to the value only trust that which you observe with your own eyes.
Okay, and have you ever used that before?
No, I have not ever used that before.
Okay.
Totally first time I'm using this one.
All right.
That
I was just
sounds
checking
sarcastic.
in case a milestone was coming up, but
Mm-hmm.
feel free to write it down.
So that means I'm only actually rolling 1 die.
That is correct.
Ha!
I'll take the assist from Conway and from the computer. Well, the computer's an auto 1.
Rolls a 1.
Okay. Complication range is still 2 imaging systems for a focus as I help him with that
No,
part.
we're not using the imaging system.
They can't use the imaging system. That's the.
Oh, okay.
Anesthesiology?
Anesthesiology, as I'm
You can
keeping
use
her
that.
sedated. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, no comp. That's
No comps.
still good.
So
Conway does not help, but does not hurt.
Despite the misdirection from the sensors that might have had you close up early, leaving her partially disabled in the Klingon sense, Conway's advanced knowledge of medical imaging systems helps you catch the issue, and you begin an hours-long process of a reconstructive surgery. You're still very much in that process as Tag returns to his post and the chief walks in, injured himself.
Oh. I'm just gonna take this chair, I think. Just need to catch my breath. Oh.
Are you all right?
Just a bit of a grazing burn. I'll need to swap out my my jumpsuit. I'm fine. You keep doing what you're doing over there. I'll be fine. I just need to take some time off my feet for a bit.
Tag's gonna actually. I think he'd probably keep your advice. He's gonna grab a medical kit and walk over to you with the medical kit. He doesn't look like he knows at all what he's doing, but the chief said he's here to help. So.
Tag. I'm not hurt. It's just a minor burn. Just give me that thermal generator and go get the go wake up the other crewmen. Well, once I'm up after, give me like a half hour and we'll start sweeping the deck. Actually, you know what? Scratch that. Make it about 10 minutes. Get ready for sweeping the
Hi,
ship.
Chief.
Conway looks at the patient, realizes she's stable for a second, and then looks at you, Aratana, and says, So is everything all right on the ship? Should we be worried?
Well, medically speaking, yes. Security speaking, I don't know yet. So, you know,
Hmm. Security.
Yeah,
You,
that
you,
doesn't really reassure Conway, but he doesn't want to know anymore, so he'll keep working.
The
don't worry, I'm
hang
here.
on.
So,
Hang on. Tweer quickly looks over at Aratana. You think there may be a security issue?
short story, yes.
Well, I may have a point for you to consider. During the early stages of the surgery, we discovered an error in the uh, sickbay's medical scanners.
Oh, sorry. Hello,
That
Onyx
would
Path.
have
Thanks for raiding. Hello.
that would have resulted in me taking a much more hasty and risky um, path with the Jeu de Tour's surgery. It could have simply been, as we thought at the beginning, a mere sensor error, or if what you are saying is correct, it could be further evidence of your security breach.
Uh,
But that's
I'll call it up. 1 second.
um
and then Tweer goes back to the surgery.
um the person Artana knew as Commander Beck throws her legs over the table and kind of sits in your direction and says, "It's not their style. They are only going to do this with a blade."
Don't know about that. They're mighty willing to shoot me and beam through our shields, and they knew who the doctor was.
She says,
They knew me. Who? What?
she says, "Oh, yeah, sorry, the confusion." She points over to the child and says, "They won't kill him with anything other than a blade. They would kill you in any way that was convenient."
Ah, mighty generous of them.
Says, "Well, I don't have much that I have observed since they started attacking us, but anytime they've gotten close, they refrain from energy weapons."
Conway, like his hand shakes a little bit, and he says, "Who is they? Who are we under attack from?"
She says, "I don't know. They come from everywhere and anywhere. They have impossibly protective armor and deadly weapons beyond anything even Klingon intelligence or Starfleet intelligence is aware of."
They're the ones that attacked you.
Yeah, you see Conway just like does the sign of the cross on himself and says, "Lord, protect me," because this seems like it's way, way, way above his pay grade, even more than he originally thought.
Normally, Tweer doesn't do this in the sick bay, but given everything that has been discussed, he takes out the presumably like the phasers that are normally assigned to him and Conway, and like actually sets them out, whereas normally they'd be in a small locker.
She stands up and says, "I don't think I ever gave you my name." And she says, "I'm at least now Lashiva Pukbe Dator. And I apologize for breaking our agreement, but I didn't feel like there was any alternative.
She's saying this? Sorry.
Yes, she's saying that
To whom?
to Aratana.
Okay.
Yeah, no one's talking to Weir to interrupt him. I don't think it's.
Yep.
Aratana does draw his phaser, but he kind of just sets it on the table and then just sits back in his chair, just trying to relax as much as he can while watching a door. You know what? I promise to get mad at you later, but I'm not shooting you right now, because once you plan on doing something, I'm enjoying my break. So don't do nothing. Don't make me get up.
She says, "You won't have long. They have all the time in the world to plan and come back. It will only feel like minutes before they attack you again."
Ah, dang it. I'll hit a comm unit in the room.
Bridge.
Med Bay, this is Senior Chief. Recommend staying at a constant red alert. Intelligence suggests that we are going to be attacked again at any moment, and the target is the child on board. And I don't know if shields are going to keep him out, so might want to be ready for that.
I assume Solaris is taking the center stage now. Or center seat now.
I think both of those things are
You
true.
know, oh yeah.
Yeah, I, it's not over till the Vulcan lady sings. Yeah, Solaris will say, understood. Do we know where enemy's coming from?
Thin air. I don't know how they're getting aboard with shields up. One came with red energy, one came with blue energy. Doesn't match up with normal signatures, but I'm no engineer, so I don't know how they're beaming through shields. But apparently they have all the time in the world, according to one of our fine guests.
Understood. Continue operating. We will try to come up with a solution from here.
Hi, Captain. Sit back down.
As
Shrug.
Captain puts the ship back on permanent red alert.
Awesome.
Oh.
I wonder.
Yeah, so we go into the bridge or sick bay. So
We will stick with the bridge.
okay, then the captain, she's going to flip to red alert, and she's going to say over the intercom, everyone, attention crew of Challenger, this is Commander Solaris speaking. The ship is now at perpetual red alert until future notice. I want teams of officers sweeping the decks at regular intervals, as we appear to have a problem with intruders entering the ship from an unknown location using unknown technology. And she wants to create the trait of constant patrols, shipwide patrols, as she wants to be dispatching officers to do that. And I know we won't have any security officers,
No,
but we do have
you
science
you
and
have literally 2 officers other than
yeah,
the doctor.
yeah. But can we send a couple of engineering officers to do this as well? Some of the science and con officers, we have spares.
Okay, well, you only have 2 officers other than the doctor.
I mean, I'm using officer to mean everyone in Starfleet. I apologize.
Crew.
Okay, in that case,
Crew person, I suppose.
You can, though you don't have extra personnel, right? You are going to be taking from any trait created to do that is going to create lowered performance somewhere. And that's only to represent that there isn't anyone to come out of the background to have someone go do this is literally like pointing at Inverni and having, you know,
Mm-hmm.
your second officer who's vital to the science function now roaming the decks with a couple of people, right? But
Let
there
me ask.
isn't. Oh, go ahead.
Let me ask you this then, Khan. How far away are we from the nearest Starfleet starbase?
Let me see, Captain.
Reason con difficulty 0, assisted by ships
right.
computers con. Because you are at the navigation console because it is
Yep.
combined.
Navigation is a focus.
Yes.
All right. Rolling 2. Wow.
Ship whiffed.
There's also bonus momentum that gets generated.
Um,
So
was that
one in a
complication
bonus.
or a threat?
I'll take a comp.
You get back. Nearest star base is your home star base, Deep Space K4, but the Third Fleet is currently been repositioned there temporarily and is undergoing war games in an effort for Starfleet security to kind of take lessons learned from the war and like train new officers on them. And so you are you know you would expect easily to get stopped by another Starfleet ship along the way. If nothing else, confirming that you are not part of the war game.
Yep. Well, there's a bit of a complicating factor, Captain. Looks like Third Fleet performing war games back home. That'll definitely slow down in the attempt to return there.
It doesn't matter. If there are more ships there, all the better, for we may be under attack from the Klingons again. We don't have any other choice. Set course there for max warp. How long would that take? How long will that take?
Without interruptions or with interruptions?
Without interruptions. Give me the lowest number possible.
You can spend the momentum to get that question. Does that answer?
Yep, I'll do that.
Maximum warp, and you don't stop for anyone hailing you is 36 hours.
I guess they're in 36 hours, Captain. Maybe 35 if I really push the engine.
Okay, understood. And then she's going to say, set course for Deep Space K4, maximum warp. And then she's going to flip her thing, and she is going to say, all hands, we are making an emergency redirection to Deep Space K4. I am assembling a patrol list for watches for officers who I expect to be searching the decks at all times to be aware of any stowaways or sabotage.
I jumped the ship to warp, understanding that this is not a situation where you wait for the captain to say something else.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're gonna jump forward a scene. Where is the captain likely to hold a conference with the senior staff?
I would say in casual context, this has been in the mess deck, but given the nature of this and her lack of trust of like, I don't know, everything that's going on is making her a little bit paranoid. It's probably in her quarters. We are probably all gathered around her desk. And there aren't enough chairs for all of you.
There's walls to lean on, all dramatic like.
Oh, am I no longer doing the surgery?
Oh
You're
no,
in
you
surgery.
succeeded at the task. This
Oh,
is
okay.
we've jumped forward like 10
Oh.
hours.
I missed that part.
Yeah, we jumped forward.
So I'd say at least I've had at least a half hour or so to rest between then and now.
Yes, we've jumped forward on to the next shift. It's just that it's red alert, so no one's allowed to go off duty without permission. Right.
So yeah, I recover 8 stress. So I'm actually at full now.
Okay. So you've got the department heads. For this kind of meeting, do you bring the yeoman in?
Yeah, the yeoman's taking minutes.
All right.
The yeoman knows everyone's preferred drink. Soloris likes her coffee black. The yeoman is here to deliver drinks and record minutes and find papers and documents as Soloris requests.
And I don't know, the chief looks like she's been through it, so probably hands the chief like a sandwich or something.
Yeah.
Right, because you've probably been on constant duty because the ship was attacked. It's just one of those things that he anytime he comes across a officer that looks like they're or a senior staff member who looks haggard, the solution is probably a sandwich.
He knows everyone's orders by now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, munching away at the. There's the look of the sandwich of like, sure, because the kind of thing that I want that Artana wants to have is not something he's allowed to have while on shift. So he gets the approved thing that he's allowed to have. It's like just not nutrition cubes. Here, a sandwich and a coffee. I want stronger than that. Yeah, sure. I'll have a coffee and a sandwich.
He got you something with texture. He could have just brought a refreshment cube.
Yeah. Like, appreciate you not getting a refreshment cube. I'll eat it if I have to, but I don't have to, so good. Thank you.
So yeah, Soloris, you find yourself in your ready room / quarters with the senior officers of every department present.
Thank you for all coming, and thank you, yeoman. Listen, we are not in an amazing situation, and I believe that I believe you can tell that I am not understating anything. We find ourselves in a situation in which any room of our ship may be the subject to an enemy attack with powers far beyond our own, and we are still at minimum 26 hours away from the Third Fleet in Deep Space K9. If anyone has any ideas on how to prevent the crew from running ragged or being killed before then, I've exhausted my own mental faculties for an answer.
Well, frankly, given that we're dealing with Klingons that at any moment might be up to talking or out to assassinate a baby, we have to stay on a wartime footing. Many shifts as possible, give people short rests, keep fresh lines going, but we have to stay at this. I do not recommend stepping down because we have to expect them to choose if they have free reign to jump on our ship whenever they feel like, they're going to pick the moment where we're changing guard, where we relax for even a moment.
I happen to concur. I do not believe that we can step down for even a moment. However, the size of this crew is small, and the needs of consistently scanning every room for hidden intruders at all times is rather high, and, well...
Well, the priority, according to the one of the Klingons, is is the baby. This is an assassination attack of some kind or another. So that's the primary defense mechanism. Defending the rest of the ship doesn't seem to be. We're in the way. We just happen to be bramble they're clearing out.
Yes. However, people have not been known to take mercy on Bramble in their way.
That'd be
And
accurate, y'all.
And if this represents a faction of Klingons with access to this kind of technology, then everything about the Federation's foreign policy will have to change, as they now possess martial and military abilities far outclassing even the most advanced of Starfleet experimental technologies. I saw you fight those Klingons. There's no reasonable explanation to explain how they were able to take those blows other than armor beyond our technology.
I mean, where are they even coming from? The real question, right?
Yeah.
I've given it much thought. It has to involve some kind of cloaked vessel operating around our vicinity, but, well, if they're cloaked, there'd be no way for us to detect them.
I've never heard of any being able to beam through shields. Mind you, still think we need to keep them up just so we don't give free shots.
Agreed.
I have a suggestion that Captain, that we might want to start broadcasting a full distress as loud and as frequently as possible. In the event that someone gets enterprising and decides to stop playing Happy Slaps and comes over to see how we're doing and maybe help us out a bit, or recover us if we're crippled. But I like to think positive.
I agree
concur.
with the chief.
I
If
concur.
I may, if I may,
Dr.
I
Tweer?
have to. A thought, something has been pulling at the back of my mind. Ever since I heard from what was the other woman's name?
She introduced herself as Shiva, La Shiva, or Commander Shiva.
That Commander Shiva said, if this truly is an assassination mission against the infant, then one question becomes obvious. No? Why?
Commander Salor. Okay. I presume you are familiar with the nature of feudal politics, Dr. Tweer. That baby is the heir to this family's position and claims and assets within the empire. Assassinating him presumably advances another candidate to the family.
Yes, that is correct. But then that leads to the obvious next question. Who?
At least two different factions not working in concert. The second group of Klingons we saw that jumped up, one of them looked strikingly similar. If I didn't know any better, I'd say it was the same person, but with a different hairstyle. But maybe that's just me not recognizing Klingons distinctly enough. I'll admit that. I am from the Narwhal, after all. But Narhal, rather. But yeah, they were from different ships, different crews, different units, and they didn't know one from another. But they both had they had similar tech, from what I saw.
Yes, and
But not the same tech?
I think back if they had the exact same equipment, minus the
Everything
badges and
you
stuff.
saw looked relatively similar, though. I will take a insight security difficulty 1.
Because I feel like that's the answer here. We can't hope to beat them on a
Yeah.
technical or military
You
level.
get 1 momentum. If you didn't know better, the ones that attacked you had some form of Klingon technology that you're unfamiliar with. But the other ones just seeing the disruptors on their hips
Oh.
and the modifications to their armor, there is a hint of Federation influence or technology there. You'd guess they have similarly advanced weapons, but the guys who were friendly, there was some ergonomics, some switches, sights that are just like ingrained in the kind of Federation security ethos that's not a thing in Klingon warrior culture.
You know, I've met a fair bit of Klingons from time to time, and they're pretty traditional. They like tech that works. They don't like messing about unless it really works. First group looked very Klingon, all blades, all pointy, disruptors that burn like hell. Sorry. But the other ones, the second wave, they came in. It was almost like they were running around with Federation augmented tech, Type 2 sights, adjustable phase emitter dials. I think there was like a ergonomic plating. I mean, it was still pointy as all, but it was more bendable, the kind we use in our body armor. But I've never heard of any agreement that set of any tech sharing between us and them. Mind you, I'm senior chief. What do they tell me?
Maybe
You
they
are a
captured
senior
some research
chief.
vessel during the war or something?
Anything is possible. There are simply too many variables left unsaid. It's impossible to say without further information, which is something we cannot have. Are you sure the Klingons in our medical bay don't have any other information on who they are? They really don't understand or know?
If I'm free to interrogate the patients, I'd ask them more. I didn't want to interrupt the doctor's nursing too much.
Well, I would normally be hesitant to. I actually must agree with Aratana. As I said, I think the most important question is why. If from what I'm hearing is correct, it sounds like our opponents have us hopelessly outmatched both tactically and technologically. I fear that our only ace in the hole is the young child and the motivations that swirl around his attempted assassination.
Yes.
You know who I
Captain
think...
Chief,
Oh,
go ahead.
just going to say, Captain, a couple things. One, I think we can save ourselves a bit of interrogation. The other two might want to keep things to themselves to a degree. But I'm pretty sure La Shiva owes me an explanation. And I think if we summon her in here, she might be able to give us some straight answers. Because frankly, telling us what's going on in full is to her advantage. And she is, if nothing else, attenuated to her duties. The other thing that stuck out at me, if you don't mind, Doctor.
By all means.
The other thing that struck me, first Klingons acted like every other Klingon warrior I've seen on a warpath. Makes perfect sense. Attack the captain, cut the head off, get at the chop, and start shooting. The second group were willing to talk. Normally I have to aim at them first or pin them to the ground or the wall or something. I just asked them right nice for it. Now at the time I thought maybe I just looked really scary looking, but I've never seen a Klingon agree to a chat that quick.
And with everything else.
Yeah, it's mighty strange. I don't know what's going on between the two.
Mm.
One's very Klingon,
Well-
one's Klingon, but something else entirely.
Well,
It has to be the result of a Klingon diffusion with some other group. Who that group is impossible to tell. Potentially the Federation, some joint colony we did not know about. There are many possibilities. Yes,
Well-
bring. Yeah, she'll tag or she'll flip open the communicator and say, "Targ, can you bring in La Shiva to my ready room? We have some questions we'd like to ask of her."
I mean,
if
damn,
you do not
he is a Tellarite, but calling him Targ, that's a little on the nose.
Oh, sorry. I thought that's what other people were calling him. Excuse me. His name is Tag.
Yeah.
Tag, yeah.
Excuse me, I was one letter off. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but you also chose the name of the space pig, so
Okay, I'm sorry.
all right. She is walked down here.
In which
I'm
case,
sorry, were you saying something, Tawir?
yeah, I may return to sickbay and try to have words with the Jeu de Tour. Um, they called for me specifically, meaning that I might be able to make some headway with her, especially if, as my suspicions are, she also knows how much danger her child is in.
Yes. They seem to trust you. We shall exploit that
Well,
trust to its fullest extent. Find out everything you can.
One thing before you go, Doc.
When you say exploit that trust to its fullest extent, he bristles.
She's got to keep her ship safe, man.
Doc,
But yes.
you'll wanna get them to formally ask for asylum, because right now legally we're helping in an emergency, but our legal covers fading fast the longer they stay aboard without a clear design, because otherwise we're kidnapping these poor souls, technically speaking.
Yes.
They are soldiers and warriors of the Empire and such, so
Yes, understood.
thanks, Doc. Sir.
Doctor, and you cross path with Lashiva and crewman Tag. As they enter Captain's ready room, a yellow shimmering light appears in front of you, and from out of it, a strange human in a strange uniform. He's holding a pad.
Oh, by the great wings above!
He says, Dr. Tawir? Dr. Wilut Tawir?
Yes, he seems very hesitant. Plumage
He
is at
says,
full floof.
I've isolated this time as when you are not in proximity to anyone else. You will remember the series of temporal orders you were acquainted with in the academy.
And I assume Dr. Tweer is.
Yes.
You watch as he sort of cocks his head, like moves it back and forth as it in thought, sort of in that way that birds do. And he goes, "Time travelers."
He says, yes. My records indicate you are actively being assaulted by time travelers.
Ah, well, that would explain just about everything now, wouldn't it?
Yes. Unfortunately, there is an ongoing problem with the Cardassian temporal. Sorry, you're not supposed to hear that. There's an ongoing temporal incident. I'm all that we can get to you right now. I'll do what I can. But temporal General Order 7. This conversation is for you and you alone. Now let me see.
You realize that as a medical professional, my hands are probably the most tied out of anyone among the crew.
He says, well, it's in Starfleet's interest that, let's see.
Also, what's his uniform? Is it like the lower decks era? or is it something else
For player
entirely?
information, yes, it looks lower
Yeah.
decks.
Yeah.
But he says, we need to ensure that you look after and do the utmost to protect the security of Chancellor Marat. Sorry, the child Marat. Yes, the child. So how can I help you with that?
We need a way to keep those other Klingons off this ship. Um,
Oh,
that's one possibility. The
yeah,
other would
they're gonna
be,
overcome. Anything I do, they will look to see what I did.
all right.
He says,
Um,
here, he
there are
takes out a data tape that looks like it's from your time, and he hands it to you, and he says, this is a rotating set of shield frequencies. This should slow them down.
I
He says,
see.
oh, but general order, temporal general orders 4, anyone you give that to, you have to assure that they destroy that information once it's been used for its assigned purpose. I can't have you using that to, win a war against the Dominion or win a war or anything.
Against the what?
Yes. No winning wars using this technology.
Yeah, I know the rules.
Okay.
Anywhom, there is another matter, of course. We don't understand the motivations of the foes that we face. Now, if my understanding is correct, given the temporal nature of matters, you likely cannot tell us in full. But, might there be a way to use their motivations against them?
Hmm.
Whether it be turning the two factions that we seem to be up against each other, or convincing them that this is a battle not worth fighting. Because, as I recently told the captain, we are hopelessly outmatched tactically and technologically, but if we understand their motivations, we may stand a slim chance.
He says, I did run a couple of scenarios, and you're not going to like this, but the only scenario that had more than a 5% chance of success for you was genetic alteration to remove all human DNA of the child.
This is because the child is not fully Klingon.
No. This has nothing to do with that. That's just the one alteration that could change the future enough. Although I shouldn't have said that. You can't do that. Well, you
No,
can because I told you and you weren't under orders, but you shouldn't do that because I
it's
wasn't supposed.
unethical.
Well, there's that too. Yeah, definitely unethical. So I would stick with the shield frequencies. Although
That's only a
you
temporary
are
fix.
you are Chief of Star. Sorry, you're not Chief of Starfleet Medical. You are the doctor here.
Funny. This is so good. Well, must think about this. Tweer just paces back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Looks at him. What if I forget, Artana, did you tell us about the whole thing about like they would only do it with a blade?
You
were
overheard
sitting
it. It
in
was in the
there.
room.
You were in the room
I
when
wa-
they had that
I was in the
conversation.
room for I was in the room for that. Tell me, in your estimation, is the how they kill the child as important as the fact that they simply do?
Well, yeah, they're traditionalists.
I see.
Oh,
And
you.
he
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 says,
looks
you can't use that. He says, the most I can say is, yes, operating within existing cultural norms is important to them.
and but he looks at this time traveler and says, "So what if the baby were dead?"
Doctor, I don't think that's medically acceptable. He says, no, that works every time, but you're not allowed to do that.
Actually, what point are we at in the timeline?
This is the year is 2260.
Oh,
Almost
okay.
2261.
Okay, cool. McCoy hasn't done that trick where he made Kirk look dead.
The Enterprise is only just is only just being built. Like the Connies are just becoming a thing.
Yeah,
you know?
I think the Enterprise is probably built, but it's not even like on
The
its first
Enterprise
5-year
is built.
mission yet.
Yeah. Pike's
No,
currently in command of the Enterprise. I'm pretty sure.
I don't mean actually kill the child. I mean, what if they thought the child was dead?
Oh, that makes more sense. No, because um, um, that would confuse them here. But back where they are, he wouldn't be dead.
Right. But wouldn't that buy us the time we need?
Well, no. To buy yourself time, he would need to be dead then, not now.
Oh. Oh. Listen, this is why I went into Starfleet Medical.
Well, to be fair, Starfleet Temporal wasn't really more than a small department.
Wait, it was a department?
Shit. No. Is there anything else I can help you with?
This guy's great. Um, well, is there anywhere I should go on the ship, um, to look for further assistance from you if you are able to provide it? Uh, a perhaps a airlock storage closet, if you are able to leave anything for me.
Um, yeah, if I find any internal sensor records from your time, from this time that show you were alone in a room for at least 10 minutes, I could jump in.
Hmm.
Any
Or I more so mean if you need to leave something for me.
and then in a flash of yellow, he is gone as Tag comes walking down the hallway.
Oh.
Because he's supposed to be back. I'd be like, okay, you can go now.
Just like
Great.
completely
Awesome.
unaware, following the doctor.
Like, how did I catch up to the doctor?
Yeah.
God damn it.
We will
Definitely
continue
Deadpool
in the captain's
apartment. Shit.
ready room.
Yeah.
Lashiva enters. She kind of looks around and says, "What do you need me for?"
We need any other information you have on our unknown assailants. Anything else you can possibly give us to help us survive the remaining 25 hours until we can make it to Deep Space K3, K4.
She takes 10 minutes and describes everything she's experienced, and it's all in line with what you have, but sheds no new light.
They can just appear on the ship. They come out of nowhere.
All of that.
And they have no speculation as to who they are or whether their motives or anything like that.
Do you recognize their house badges? Might be a thing I'd ask during those 10 minutes.
Oh. She says, yeah, that's a curious thing. They wear the same house insignia. Some alterations, but the base insignia is the same. They're all of House Sugita.
Keita?
Oh, what?
Yeah, so Laura says, I don't believe I'm familiar. Who are House Sugita?
He says, a minor and unimportant house.
So a minor and unimportant house has access to technology hundreds of years beyond the Federation or the Klingons, allowing them to appear and disappear at will, and they want to kill your house's child.
Yes, that's as accurate as I could describe it.
And there's two different halves. Because they both act mighty different. One is, well, as Klingons get, and then there's the others who sport Federation tech. That's houses. Correct me if I'm wrong, but houses are very, if the house lord says this, everyone does it. If you don't like it, well, there's a nice pointy thing I'm gonna make you walk into. Like, there's no internal mix and match.
She says, that's generally correct, though the house we're talking about, I struggled to even find records of them in the Imperial database.
Wait, this is gonna sound crazy, but what if they're from different quantum realities?
Quantum what?
Like she, like gestures at Inverni, and he clearly has no idea what she's talking about. Like,
Yeah, and we haven't discovered the mirror universe yet.
Well, and
yes, specifically, Gwen has.
Yes,
Experiences
you're
with
the
Oh
only
yeah.
yeah, that's why.
we know
I'll
time
give
travel is
you-
a thing, but I think you're the only one who knows there are alternate realities out there.
Like, there's
Insight-
Yeah,
theoretical.
but she doesn't know that time travel's a thing.
Insight Science difficulty 4 for you.
Okay.
I'll try to assist. Like, going like, do you
could.
mean this? I have science too. I might be able to go. I heard a class once back at the Mars Technical Academy about temporal mechanics. I hated the course.
Difficulty 2, you said? Or difficulty 4, sorry.
Difficulty 4.
Yeah. I was looking at my science of
you're
2
talking
when
about
I was
something
trying to
that's
say
only
4.
tangentially related to what you're interested in. So it's like you're almost capable of stumbling into something interesting here, but you're just as capable of stumbling out of it.
Praise Quantum Ghost
is allowing this.
Okay.
Here's a question. What is Dr. Tweer like? Is he allowed to tell anyone that temporal stuff is like even involved?
No, strictly by order, what you can do is hand the shield modulations over to Aratana and say, Temporal General Order 7, don't ask.
Okay. I was gonna say, because like he can't just hand over the shield thing and say like just run these, don't ask questions, because
Well, you kind of can.
Well, no, it's the captain can say no. Artana can. That's the problem. There's no good
Mhm.
answer to this. There's no good answer without telling too many people who shouldn't be involved what's going on. So
Yeah.
the general operating procedure is just hope that they accept and they're willing to go along with you. It kind of relies on your reputation.
right.
All right. I'm trying to see how I'm gonna make a 4 here. 4
Could you
without a
possibly
focus.
could you possibly borrow
Huh?
the Oh, actually, I don't know if you qualify. What's your science?
Science is 2.
Never mind. My idea doesn't work.
Yeah. Yeah.
Your science is too low.
Yeah, I got like 2s across the board basically, except for
Yeah.
common security.
Um,
Let's see.
Yeah, you've
Reason probably
encountered
doesn't
this.
fit
You
there.
don't understand it very
Yeah,
much at all.
exactly. The
Okay.
hope that she has in character is she'll say this and the scientist in the room will speak up, but the scientist isn't here.
what's your reason?
A 9.
Hey, if you have a determination left, you could buy Walking
I do.
Encyclopedia. You could buy Walking
I spent it.
Encyclopedia.
I spent it though.
I give you? Can I give you my determination?
There is a directive here you're unaware of. I've just made it available because Tawir now knows it's available. I'll allow you to challenge it because although you don't know you're causing a problem, Starfleet Command will know by the time this mission is over. So you can challenge the directive halt temporal intervention, as you might consider things that actually would allow easier temporal intervention by the side you want.
Got it. Yeah, I'll do that.
So
Look, I
you
still don't know the time
challenge
travel's real.
you
so,
challenge the temporal general orders. Well,
Yeah.
you don't know you are, but you're openly talking about things that are generally only supposed to be talked about on the captain or science officer's permission. Under their
Yeah,
permission.
I'm just stumbling head first into these ideas though.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we do this? Why don't we do
Yeah.
that? Oh yeah, all of those things violate all of the general standing orders about this stuff. But yeah, it's technically
Absolutely.
something we could do.
Uh-huh. Yeah, sure. Uh, so I get that determination though after this roll, right? Or does challenge hit you during the roll?
No, that's more important in conflict where there's a strict order of operations. As long as
Okay.
you're not confined to one major task, you can do this, let it resolve, and then do your task.
Okay. Yeah. So challenge that, get a determination.
I also just realized at this point in the timeline, the slingshot maneuver isn't even a thing yet.
Yeah,
Correct,
it's all
yeah.
theoretics. It's like
Yeah. We also we talked about cloaking devices, and technically Starfleet's encountered cloaking devices, but we don't know which polities have them, I think. Except for the Romulans might.
we
No,
we
they
know about
the
the Klingons.
do.
Yeah, we know the
Do we?
Klingons have them.
Yep.
We know
Yeah.
the Romulans
They used it during the
have
war.
them.
I thought the oh, did they? Okay.
They don't know the Romulans have cloaks. They don't know literally anything about the Romulans though.
Yeah, we
Well,
fought a war against
you
them.
know
We
the
don't know
Romulans
anything
have
about them.
cloaks. We know the Romulans have cloaks because they had the mines.
We didn't
I
know
don't
those were
think-
Romulans.
Yeah, I don't think they ever figured out those were Romulan mines. I think only
Yeah, like we as the viewer knew that the Enterprise Romulans were Romulans, but the characters never did. All right, so spending towards I think I'm just spending for hits here, honestly.
Yeah, that's
Spending
better.
towards the value limits are there to be tested.
Yes.
Let me check and see if I have a limits are there to be tested I can call back to. Well, while I'm at it. I have a chance with Destiny, which I've marked as research and development, command and control, engineering, scientific investigation, and warp bubbles. I don't know if this is close enough.
Yes, it's it's close enough
All right.
because it's engineering and science around
Yeah.
discovering new
Cool.
things.
So I'll gain half the task. Pending determination towards that, and I will spend 1 momentum and 2 threat to roll 3 dice.
Okay.
No focus though. That's 4.
Cool.
Yeah. Not different quantum realities,
I start
but
talking
different
about different quantum realities.
temporal realities.
Yeah.
Something about this situation is uncertain as to the future. Whatever these two groups are, they're probably something here is what causes one of them to exist or not.
Yeah. So I'm going to say that narratively, it's like it's talking about quantum realities, and Verdi says something about that's not quite how quantum realities work, and like, okay, but timelines, and then start going, okay, so then stay with me here, everybody. So this house is like minor now, but in the future they might not be. Klingon houses rise and fall and all that. So they're trying to intervene in an event that determined which of these two timelines actually comes to pass, right?
Dolores says, when you have eliminated all other possibilities, what remains, no matter how improbable, must be true. And I fear we might have eliminated just about every other possible alternative. You
Good
may be
quote,
onto
Captain.
something. Sorry, what'd you say?
Oh, I said that was a good quote.
Yes, I believe it came from one of your Earth writers.
Huh, I wouldn't know.
Chief Operations Specialist, we'll want to have words about talking about temporal things with non-command personnel. But we'll leave it for later.
Right.
As
Sorry.
I
Got a
as
little
I
bit ahead
pointedly
of
look at the
myself there.
yeoman and the foreign officer in the room, like, whoops.
Yeah, she's
that's
supposed to
apologies
know that
to
we
you.
can do that. Unfortunately, she does because she spent several years acting as a a executive officer. But
Yeah.
you are correct.
Yeah,
Uh,
at that point, Dolores will kind of realize where they are, and she'll say, Yeoman, if you would guide our guest back to her medical bed.
Says, "I, Captain," and they do. As they leave, a Klingon warrior appears in a shimmer of blue in the room.
I knew it.
Hand resting a pistol, but for some reason I don't think I have to draw it.
He
I have
says,
a plan here, and it's really dumb, but it might just work.
he says, Commander Soloris, I am Takeda Jo Subgita Dahar Polina. And I believe you require my assistance, as I require yours. And I believe, if my investigation is correct, that you have now determined the situation you are in.
Are you saying the crewman's hypothesis was correct, that this is a time-related scenario?
You know, just fist pumps.
He says, that is accurate. And under
Knew it.
Temporal General Order 7, you'll know that what is discussed further in here is only for the 5 of you.
Oh, hold on a tick. What are you quoting Starfleet regulations for, sir?
The Alliance has inherited them.
I look over, I take a deep
Wait,
breath like I'm going to say
wait,
something. I
what?
just look at the captain.
Yeah, the captain says. The captain says,
Vulcan look of bewilderment, like, am I hearing
Yeah.
this right? What
Yeah,
do I
the
do?
The captain looks very surprised and she says, as we are not subject to whatever polity you come from, we will under no obligations to abide by its laws. However, you can put confidence that we will not share your information without proper reason. I have no interest in harming you or your state. I merely want to protect my crew and, by extension, my country from the threats that are attacking us.
Then we are of a single mind and purpose.
Yeah, that's not strange or nothing.
Are you telling me?
I, with your
So,
understanding, will start bringing my people. We have not long before another attack is mounted. Perhaps this can be the final one.
look, Mr. Time Lord, whatever. I'm gonna tell you one time, I'm the chief of the boat, and I'm the chief of security aboard this ship. Unless the captain says otherwise, that's still the same rule. So if you're going to do any sort of shooting or fighting on this ship, you tell me and you work with me. I don't work for you. And I'm not going to let you do whatever the hell you want. That understood?
He says, you are of a low position, but a mighty spirit.
I get that a
Fine.
lot.
He is not of a low position. He is chief of security of this vessel, and you will respect that title.
He's not
He
half
says,
wrong, Captain.
I respect his title as much as he respects my title of General of the Fourth Army of the Cardassian Front.
What's a Cardassian?
Uh, General Order
What's the-
7.
God, I gotta look that up. All right.
Um,
Orders,
yeah,
Captain.
Our orders are to cooperate with this man. If it would
Man,
be easier for you, I do possess a ability to engage in mind melds, if that is the way in which you would want to share this information expediently.
He says, despite common ground, I've never gotten used to your people's intense need to use such awkward tactics.
It is a much faster means of communication than expressing things through words, and I believe hundreds of years of history separate us.
Perhaps, but the records of the lore singer tell us how dangerous psionics are to mess with. I will not.
motherfucker.
She now she has an eyebrow raised and she said, are Vulcans not a member of whatever alliance you belong to in the future?
They are, but they are not so freely to give their minds to whatever alien crosses their path.
You are a guest upon my ship and you will respect me. If you are not going to exchange information that way, I recommend you begin talking quickly.
What remains for me to share? I have told you that I will help you.
Who are attacking us and how are we to prevent their attacks?
Your temporal orders prevent me from telling you such things. And your solution is to face what comes with honor.
I have barely more than a dozen crew, only 3 of which have any training in security, who are working consistent shifts with hardly any sleep, trying to protect my ship from intruders. And you come from beyond our understanding to inform us that all we can do to keep ourselves safe is to face our deaths with honor.
I don't plan
He
on
says,
dying. I plan on winning.
some say today is a good day to die, but I say Bamoth is a good place to die. I don't intend to die here, and I won't allow you to die either.
I grab like one of our pads and walk right up to him and hold it out to him. Actually,
She says-
I start pulling up the schematic, the basic deck plan of the ship. Nothing tactically relevant, although whatever. But it's just a quick map, and to turn it around, hold it out to him.
He says, "I am aware."
Man,
Uh,
Bamoth is a good place to die. Man, Grennan's inability to say no to Adler is even messing up the time stream.
Don't bring that name up. You ever hear of Sherlock? We hate those books. Oh, okay, never mind.
We just quoted them.
Yeah, that's why they got summoned.
God.
So here's where I'm playing it. How many people you got? Let's talk strategy. We put up a tactic, put people where we need to be, and we fight and win. Because, well, you're not looking to die here. I'm not looking to lose. So let's maximize our chances and give something the captain can actually munch her teeth on. Not to insult you, Captain. So,
I am not offended. I believe I possess perfectly quality teeth.
You can give me reason security, and he will assist you. And you can difficulty 2 is going to get you a trait, and then obviously you can spend 2 for 1 to increase the potency of that trait as you formulate a plan which will funnel the main attack to you in a place of your choosing.
okay.
The difficulty to what you're going to be setting, they're going to have a difficulty of 2 to like figure out where to attack. Each point to the trait you add increases the difficulty for them to do anything other than beam to your spot.
Can it be increased beyond 2? Because I'm thinking Grand Kite Order and spending if I can get away with it.
Difficulty 2 is what you get for free. That's the base task roll. If you succeed at this, you increase it to difficulty 3, and then you spend beyond that to keep increasing it,
Okay.
right? Because you're adding a trait to the existing diff 2 task.
Right. Does respected Starfleet crew matter? Like he knows my record. That helps. Or he's eager to help me when he looks up my file.
It does not help in this situation
Huh.
because
Oh, we're thinking of a plan. Boy.
well, no, he knows your record, but it's not your record yet.
Oh, right. I could have a
Right,
lower
right.
reputation in the future
He's
for all
not,
I know.
he's not thinking of you as you stand here, right? For all you know, he could be thinking of the vagabond that was run out of Starfleet, or right, the next president of the Federation. You don't know what your future reputation is, but he does. Or
I
at
get a
least one.
really cruddy spin-off that puts me in a city for no good reason. But anyway. Calto
Time it
focus?
takes Manhattan.
Laying one false plan on another sort of thing to lead them to think, yeah, we can attack here instead.
No, only because in Calto you get to observe your opponent.
Yeah, it's a perfect information game. That makes sense to me. Because it'd be like chess, same idea. No other focus really applies here. No, I don't have tactics. So it's diff 2, rolling that number. You know what? Just so I don't biff this, I would like to spend toward the value. Sometimes force is required to force compliance.
Yes, I was looking at that one too.
Have I done that before? I don't think I have.
No,
For time
because
travel stuff, I'm not even gonna look.
But also it's a security plan, so
Oh, that's
so it's not just that. But I think that one is a rewrite, so I would be surprised. Actually, no, you should have used it before because it's a rewrite.
Frontier, directive spend.
There,
Directive
um,
spend.
maybe I don't remember which
Frontier.
episode, but I feel like this. I may be wrong.
That like value slot kind of matters now.
No, it's kind of, but not really the slot so much as
Yeah,
what it was that replaced.
exactly. Like it's not exactly placement, but like things replacing other things.
Yeah. No, this is my first time using this particular directive.
Okay. And it
It's
didn't replace anything you've used.
Yeah, so I'll spend toward that. That poofs. I'll mark that for later. Roll just a comp check. Frick, I could have made it just without oh well. Spending toward directive is a good idea. A directive value
So
is a
now you
good
get
idea.
2 momentum.
Boop, boop. I will spend. Actually, I'll spend those 2 momentum to bring the potency up by 1, and Grand Kite order it another 1.
Okay, so it's potency 3 right now.
With the 2 spends?
So succeeding was potency 1.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Oh, that was 2. My mistake.
no, sorry. There is a difficulty 2 task they want to do.
Mm.
That will be made harder by this trait by 1.
Oh.
And then Grand Kite makes it harder by 2 up to diff 4. And your spend makes it harder by 3 up to diff 5.
Very good. Yeah, I just quickly start asking him and pointing out things.
He's gonna spend 3 of his personal
Oh god.
pool on the alliance is strong. You don't, you know, to you it means nothing, and he doesn't even really say it that much. But he seems to work with you like you're any other crew member.
Probably starts quoting stuff back at me. It's like, oh yeah, that tactic, huh? Oh, yeah.
That shouldn't be false 0. That should be a 5, which is not enough for a success. You get very much the impression that he is a leader of stature and renowned, a man of many words and varied words, but not the greatest tactician.
No, you should if we put them there, and there, that will achieve what you're looking for. And then that will lead them to think that's your plan, which will lead them to going to here, where we want them to go. That should work, I think. Like you follow what I'm going? Because we have the ladders. That's probably what's throwing you off.
Just put them in a room already.
Yeah, all right. So you beam there. I hold it up. That's all. That's your part. I'll worry about the rest of it.
So what room are you trying to second this fight into?
I don't want them in the hospital room. You
Break them
know,
into the
One
airlock.
of like the storage rooms, the airlock. Can we walk them in?
or this room, because we can open up the game plank if it comes down to it.
Okay.
Where'd you ping? Sorry.
Over here.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You and your security team are going to be there?
Yeah,
Just blow them out the airlock.
because we'll have magnetic boots on. Which, by the way, I think I owe you some threat for getting us magnetic boots.
You're in 0G. You're probably going to want more than. I mean, you're in that'd be taking you out into. Sorry, that would be expelling the atmosphere of the room. You're going to want more than magnetic boots.
Yeah, Eva suits. You're right. I was trying to be cheeky.
Yeah, I think your body would just break at the ankles, and the rest of you would fly out. Sorry.
That's horrifying.
Jesus.
We owe you 2 threat because of the
Okay.
opportunity for Eva suits. Actually, I think I owe it for each of the people. I think the opportunity for each person, unless we have enough time to buy it for everybody. But I think we're on a time crunch.
Yeah. Sorry, why am I spending threat to buy you stuff?
Yeah, you get threat. Yeah.
I mean, I won't stop
Yes,
you.
anyone who wants to be in this room and follow through on this plan is going to require an additional 2 threat. So I don't know how many people you want to spend for.
Well, this person isn't there because they're not active security. Well, they can be. They just can't. No.
Well, I'm thinking you have someone for the captain and the. Y'all still have 2 crew support.
Oh, that's right. We
remaining.
can choose each scene to scene. Because we used up the
Well,
corpsman,
no,
that's
no.
why.
No, you only use the corpsman, and the ship has 3 slots available because
keep
of
screwing that up.
Journey.
Yeah, you're right. So who else is coming other than these?
Yeah. So, assuming you aren't going to put the captain and the ops officer down here, or y'all could, but I'm assuming that's not what y'all are doing.
She has a security of 1. She wants to be there, but she knows she would just be more of a problem than a benefit. So sure. Which of the 2 security officers is more focused on
Tag.
tag? All right, then I will play. I almost called him Tark again. I will play tag.
Okay, that's another 2 threat. And ops specialist, you want to bring yourself, or you want to bring this person?
And the doctor. The doctor could be here, or he could tag someone in.
There is a reason for the doctor to be where he is.
Okay.
I'm probably about to get
Who was
jumped.
this person when you were asking?
Say again.
The Andorian.
Yeah.
Cool.
Um.
I will play her.
And does he need us to spend for him to have a suit?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Oh no, not your Klingon friend. No, he's not technically there yet. After you get done talking, he just like poofs.
I'm assigning. You get 2 threat because I'm gonna give all of us rifles,
Okay.
but we don't spend the opportunity because I'm chief of security. But I do have to pay the escalation. I can't get away from that. So.
All right.
Tark looks visibly excited to have gone from standing around guarding people to now having a Type 3 phaser in a suit ready to start shooting.
We go to Dr. Tawir
Yay!
as the corpsman is overseeing those 2 patients. The Joe Detour is conscious as you approach her.
I see you are awake, Joe Detour.
She says, I am, and you have seen to your duty as so schlimm.
I'm afraid I may not have quite yet. It would appear that a number of individuals are still after your child.
She says, it is the curse of the mother of a great warrior.
He looks at the baby. Yes, quite fearsome.
Says, not today, but in the future. It is not uncommon thing that from the shadows, those who fear the rise of a great warlord will come to kill him before he has his chance.
Do you know who is after him?
An insignificant house who has somehow stolen Federation and Romulan technology, I think.
Do you have a name?
They are the House of Subgita. An honorless house from what I can tell.
God. Boy, we're really glad that Revere is not here for this slander.
They make good frontline troops. They're great cannon fodder.
I see.
She says, well, with any luck, you will finish what is required of you. You will be as a sibling to me, and we will see him rise and burn worlds that refuse us.
Ah. Well, until such a time, and he turns around, picks up the baby, and hands the baby back to its mother. I'm afraid this great warrior
Has pooped his
is
diaper.
missing his mother.
This is, the camera kind of zooms in on his face, and he's a very determined, steely look.
Yeah, Ron eyes.
Perfect.
Yeah, he has big eyes and just kind of stares into your soul for a second. All right,
Judges you in Klingon.
Absolutely
Stare.
terrifying.
let us see
So
if Takeda Josubgita can outfox himself and the chief, senior
it's
chief.
so funny.
Wait.
I love this little shit.
Is it possible we can start already in cover?
Yes. Yes, this is practically an ambush. If you succeed, this is basically an ambush.
Yeah.
Oh, could we say that some of us are inside the boxes and the escape pods, and when
It's a
they
little
beam in?
excessive.
Okay.
Yeah, you could be hiding behind them, but to just like get out of a box, that's a little weird.
Okay.
someone wants to be Solid Snake.
No,
hey,
no.
it worked for Penn in the future. Got past so many Klingons with the box.
Yeah. So instead, Targ just stands behind like a bunch of stacked barrels on top of each other and worries very deeply about space OSHA regulations about them.
Thinks he needs to get a name tag.
Oh, did I do it again? I'm sorry. I'm not trying.
4 times in a row.
Yeah, it's been a couple times.
It's in my head now, so I'm going to keep saying it.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
All right, so he only has 6 remaining personal threat because he spent a lot of it to try to kill the captain. He's going to spend 3 of that on the value the past is ours. He has database records. He's going to spend another 3 for 2 dice and 3 from the pool.
Look up the darn starting my book.
And I want to say, because I did that, you get an advancement point, but different system. So the traits of the future is going to give him a free hit, and the trait Warlord is going to give him a free hit. So effectively, he's looking at difficulty 4. And he does have a focus and strategy. Despite being a renowned warlord in his time who understands deeply strategy and has access to future information, he is not very insightful, and he seems to dismiss Aratana as a unimportant security officer with no real contributions to history.
Ouch.
Just some colonial
Ooh.
hick coming out here playing soldier. Like, yeah, well, colonial tactics worked.
You know who else was a hick playing soldier? Napoleon.
I mean, I'll take it. My future to become Napoleon.
I am going to Yeah. Okay. So, as they beam in, or slightly before the red energy coalesces in the room and 4 Klingons appear, blue energy coalesces in the room and 4 Klingons appear in cover in their assigned positions, like they've had a year of special training for this exact scenario. The Joe comes back one day is like, you, this scenario, this type of ship, run it the next year, no questions. It's like, oh. And then you show up here one day in the past and you understand why. All right, surprise round. They have no talents like you that get to help them out. So this just is who wants to shoot first.
I'm gonna shoot, I think.
Okay.
Actually, are these guys who be are the guys in red in spacesuits? Or are they just in their regular armor?
From your perspective, they appear in regular armor. But you told this plan to your to the Klingons with you, and they look in similar armor though with Federation alterations. And they knew what you were planning.
Okay.
I will tell you for free with the context, you suspect they have armor capable of an emergency seal.
Yeah, I'm just gonna shoot.
Not like they knew your plan, it's that advanced.
Yeah. I am. Hey, Cap, do you still have your determination left?
I sure do.
Could I have gotten that when I got down before I got down here?
I never remember the text for this. Do I need to spend that on a value, or can I just give that for free?
You need to. If you have a value that works, that answers the question.
Yeah.
For right now, and we can look it up after the episode.
Does not have to be linked to using or
okay.
challenging a value.
Okay.
Okay.
There you go.
Then yes. Okay. Then she will, when she hears the hostile beams in, she will say, Operation Future Defense is active.
Klingons kind of look around as the ship, like, red alert beams start going off and the doors all start locking.
You picked the wrong time to pay a visit. And I shoot at this guy.
All right. Daring. Not daring. Control security.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not running out. Rah, come here! I'm gonna bash you in the face with it. Oh god. Hand phases. Minor to aim. I am firing for stun. I'm still, because one of my values kind of pushes me that way. Tempting as it is to just kill him. Oh, actually, no, I won't aim. I take that back. I'm actually going to charge for intense.
Okay.
Diff's 2, I believe.
Yes.
I am going to give you the full mitt, so 6 threat.
Okay.
And I am gonna spend toward the value. Sometimes force is required to enforce compliance.
Yes.
Bang.
That is a hit. 4 momentum gained.
So this deals the Type 3 phaser does 5 base. Is he still up?
His armor seems to dissipate the entire beam.
6.
That is enough to cause an injury. Is 6 the amount you do?
Let's see. If he's as good as I am, could I take more than 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I up it by 1, 2, 3, he might have that much. I'm gonna gamble and hope that he doesn't have my stats. So yeah, I'll spend another 1, 2, 3. That's a lot of damage. He might be able to soak it.
All right.
Yeah, no, I'll go with it. I'll go with the gamble.
Yeah, because if you get through, resistance doesn't lower the injury, right?
It bleeds off some of the severity. That's why he can just say, "Oh, you can hit me. You did this much." I just ignore it. But the rest bleeds past. Anything past that actually does injury to him.
Okay, so this is only a severity 3 injury.
If I'm only 3 over him, yeah.
3. You spent to do 8 total, right?
5 plus 4, I believe. Yes.
Oh, 5 plus. So you spent to do 9 total.
9 total. Yep.
Okay.
I'll let them. Actually, I'd like to claw back 1 of that. That may keep him up, but the reason for that is I'm going to use, just in case he does stay up on 8 with a severity 8 hit. I want to spend 1 to increase his difficulty to attack by 1.
All right. So 5 didn't do anything. So a severity 8 hit at most could, after all things are considered, give him a severity 3 injury.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm trying to. If he stays up with stress, then that's less stress he has to spend for later.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah. So he ends up spending stress as he growls at you.
That's
and
it for us.
That costs me 1, 2, 3. Because not only yeah, it's not, they don't just have to spend stress, they also have to spend the threat to spend that stress.
Ouch.
Most NPCs can't do this though. All right.
So, and as my turn's ending, it's set phasers to intense. Focus fire.
Other parts of the ship could be attacked, so the captain is involved, which means you do have you can keep for free.
Tag, would you mind giving him a Tellarite hello?
Yeah, attack teaming. So you shot the main guy, right?
Yeah.
Then,
Tag.
Tag emerges from the barrels and steps into position and says, "Tag team fire," and fires a blast at him.
He wants a
Uh,
The
catchphrase so bad.
Pokemon.
Well, when the chief of the boat keeps making catchphrases, it's part of the fun.
Yeah.
He's been sitting here for God knows how long between barrels, worried that the barrels are going to fall and break his spine. So, he's had time to think about things. All right, I'm taking a minor to aim. Yeah, and then, okay, he doesn't have any talents, or he has a species ability. He doesn't, okay.
That's-
Free threat. And a focus in
Okay.
marksmanship.
Yes.
That's what I figured.
That is
Youch.
a hit, threat, or complication.
you
You had aim. Reroll.
Oh yeah, I aimed and didn't charge for a reason. 3 hits.
you have accurate. You can reroll both.
4 hits.
2 momentum gained.
All right, and how much damage is that? This is actually my first time I've ever done combat.
It does 5 base.
Okay,
Which seems not to affect him at all.
You'll need to spend 2
Okay.
to do 1 extra damage.
and that will affect him. Okay,
He spends 1 threat to take that.
and I believe that's my turn.
All right. He roars and jumps in after Tag.
Damn it.
Yeah, as he sees that guy approaching, you hear Tag yell out, "I need someone to tag in for me."
Oh,
All right.
buddy.
The
Nod of
first
approval from Ertana. Nice.
bonus d20 is free for him. No threat to make this deadly.
Hey, the Eva suit gives you 1 armor. Hooray.
Yep.
Spend 3.
He's a low-ranking, non-enlisted red shirt security crewman. He knew his fate. He's even on the kind of ship that exists so that the Enterprise can save it. He knew this was likely for many reasons.
All right. Buying a full mitt, and one of those will succeed automatically on the Federation is weak.
Okay.
You
Hi.
are the member of a decrepit falling empire.
Yep. I don't have any focuses for hand-to-hand combat, so I guess I'm just going to buy.
And unfortunately, you, unlike Artana, don't have a species trait, which is going to help here. So the trait Klingon is going to give him a free hit. The trait Warlord will as well. So that's 2 successes. So the rest of this is another. Oh, sorry, that last one can be ignored because that was he rolled.
Sure.
He chose not. So that is 5, 6, 7 successes.
Okay. GM.
Let me re-roll real quick so you get your final number. Killer Instinct is it killer? No, it's Warrior Spirit. Gives the 1. Actually, he's gonna re-roll all 4 of the rolled dice because he has a high enough security that's a good chance to get additional successes.
Yeah. Because I can generate threat if he's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's
he
worth it.
got
God.
9 total successes. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was nice knowing Tag. He'll be playing Tag in heaven very shortly. Can I argue for a focus in ambush tactics because we
Yes.
were ambushing him? Okay.
You chose appropriate cover.
Yeah, between all the barrels.
You have to climb over them. Like,
Okay.
oh crap! Oh crap! Oh crap! Get away!
Yeah, between all the blue barrels that are definitely not going to fall on him.
So that's 6 threat for a full mit, right? Or is it 5 threat?
6.
6, yeah.
That's what I thought. All right, and I'm rolling all 6.
Okay, you might
Air
get
and
lucky.
security with a focus. 2, 3, 4,
He does,
5.
no, hold on. He does have determination, which he can spend on a directive that is. Did I accidentally delete the directive?
I
Oh,
completely
no, sorry,
forgot that he
I
could do
didn't.
that.
Yeah, no, it's in
No, oh
in
yeah, I
the
knew supportings can do it. I already.
you have the directive halt temporal intervention.
Okay, can I do that to reroll the 0?
You can do that to reroll anything you want to reroll.
Damn.
It's the
That's
best we could
6.
possibly do.
So 3 threat gained.
Uh huh.
What severity we staring at?
Normally 5.
So 4 stress to stay up. Unless he's
Um,
spending more.
as he has a blade of legend, the glaive of Subkita.
Okay.
Yes, he has intense, which I think makes it 1-to-1, right?
Correct.
So how much is it to stay up?
8. It's going up.
I think he's just gonna kill you.
Yeah.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Sorry, buddy.
I actually don't know how much you put there. Moved around.
So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm actually not going to spend that one.
Minus
He doesn't
1.
know how. He doesn't know. Actually, no, he will spend that one because he can see tags wearing armor. He basically hits as hard as is needed to guarantee kill even the strongest person.
All right. So does this mean Tack is just dead?
Tag has a deadly injury as a grievous glaive wound cuts, probably like severs his arm. He will die at the end of the scene unless the doctor can treat him.
Mhm.
The difficulty is 12.
Can I do anything on my next turn like this?
No, you.
Okay, I'm down with lethal.
Actually, that's a good question.
No, if you have the defeated condition, you're just out.
Okay.
Someone
Okay.
unless someone picks you up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
okay.
unfortunately can't do anything to help you. You're
Yeah,
just
no, that's fine. I just wanted to know if I could push one of these barrels over onto him before I died. So yeah, Targ, you all hear into the comms. Targ lets out like a guttural scream, and he's going to stumble backwards and fall against this wall because he's been too grievously hurt to possibly fight anymore. He's in complete shock at this territory.
Probably cleave through the friggin' armor, the Eva suits. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah, he's not in a pressurized environment anymore either.
To keep to Swift as he's gonna jump and attack this guy. They're going to roll flat against each other because then I would be spending your resources at me for my resources. So we're just gonna spend it flat. But he does have proficiency in melee, so he's going to get a bonus d20 for free. His second strike cleaves through this Klingon warrior, and a threat is gained. The initiative passes to y'all. You could go, or an ally could go.
Let's have an ally go and try
Yeah,
it
they
because I'm
seem
hoping
like they might be well equipped for this.
because this guy might be able to close. I'm hoping this guy goes to grab it to hit him, or one of the other allies pick off the guy I called focus fire on.
Presence command difficulty 2 because they're drilled in a tactic that is going to suggest them do something else, but you could just have a presence that says, no, listen to me.
1.
Facial laceration brings us down to diff 1, I think.
Ooh, I didn't know if that was gonna count.
No, to them you are a grizzled warrior who's seen battle and survived, right?
So just.
Yeah. So one of them has his disruptor rifle. He's about to flip it over to area, and instead he minors to aim, and aims for the false show. He has no resources because it would have to come from y'all, and so he doesn't have anything.
Well, he aimed.
He did.
Hey.
Hey, he hits.
Let's hope his pistol does a lot of damage. Like piercing or something.
He's carrying a rifle.
Oh. Rifle.
Yeah, you can see a difference in approach, and this has been true the whole time. Maybe it was misheard, or I didn't quite narrate it good enough. But the guys that you're fighting with are carrying rifles and ductangs, while your enemy carries pistols and mechleths. A difference of strategy. It is intense, but he didn't get enough resources, so he hits and effectively does no damage.
Oh.
Because he does hit, it's just not powerful enough, and he doesn't have anything.
Goes back to the bad guys we can't keep anymore for free. We'd have to
Does.
Yeah. Yeah, we might as well just let them go.
This guy will jump over here. This guy jumps across. He will spend 1, 2, because their armor is actually really good even for them, to kill this guy. Your turn. Them or your support.
I think our support could probably set for piercing and fire at the lead guy, because piercing ignores the protection. So you might just do flat 5 to him.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good.
But make sure you hit though.
Oh, yeah. I will do that. So I guess step out and charge for piercing.
Okay.
Yeah. Charge for piercing with the minor. Can I buy a minor with a threat?
No, I don't.
You need momentum for that.
Okay. Wasn't sure.
Yeah. Believe me, I was dying for it myself.
Yep. I wanted to see if I could aim, but I can't aim, I think. Also doing that. All right. Focus in phase Nadion weapons. I love this focus so much.
I think Technically, yes. Because
Yeah.
this is saying I actually wouldn't, whereas someone with
If you
with
only had hand
personal
phasers.
with like hand phasers could use
Yeah.
that for disruptors, you can't.
Exactly. It
ship
only works with
phasers.
Federation technology.
Yeah,
Is the downside of
it's
that one.
Federation ranged weapons is basically what that focus is saying.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I even have it bracketed Federation phasers.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's one way to do it. That's focus is you sacrifice access to something to get
Mhm.
to kind of change
Yeah.
it enough to get.
Like I think it works within the logic of focuses. Well, sliding around slightly. All right. I'm going to spend for a full minute with threat.
Y'all are really tempting me here.
Look, Andorians really like threat.
Plus, if we
Yeah,
get
so
this
I've
guy,
noticed.
I can generate bonus momentum on this.
Oh my god, we're deader than dead.
Does the trait Andorian cancel out the trait Klingon for anything here?
No, Klingon and Andorian don't come up.
Alright. 5.
It's a hit. 3 momentum.
Momentum. Plus an additional 3 float because I bought 3 dice with threat.
Is that an Andorian thing?
That is the Andorian species talent, intent.
Okay.
Yeah. There's see a tap, repurchase 1 or more d20s for that. By buying threat, you generate 1 bonus for each d20 purchase.
so piercing ignores protection.
Yeah, it just ignores everything.
So he's looking at 5 plus however much you want to unload on him. Which
Mhm.
you can do 2 at a time because you didn't have a chance.
Yeah,
to
so
untap.
spend 4. I guess the 3 float and 1. Do we want to spend 6?
We can find out if that kills him. Like that's 5, 6,
Yeah.
7 he's taking with so far.
Okay, so 7 so far. You can spend 2 more if it matters.
7 is enough. He only has 6 stress remaining.
Oh.
Yeah. Crewman Etheria Shishiran, trained as a phaser and torpedo technician, but still out here, part of the security team, lines up and fires an accurate shot that, with the correct energy setting, completely ignores his armor and stuns him.
Target neutralized, Chief.
Three more to go. Let's do this.
I mean, I guess I could Swift. We have 2.
If you think you can make that hit. The problem is the difficulty goes up, which
Not
means
confident in it, yeah. So
Yeah.
I'll let it go.
We can give it to one of our allies. Actually, we could keep for 2.
Sure. Yeah, let's do that. Keep 2.
I'll take that back.
Oh, sure.
Oh, sorry, I spent too much. There's not that many of you.
Mm-hmm.
As the fight in the lower bay rages, and I do that partially because you've created such a threatening situation, partially because we're almost where I can wrap this up tonight, but I know that Corbinian, you got to jump.
Mm-hmm.
So we switch scenes to the med bay.
Oh, wonderful.
where one enterprising warrior is going to reattempt what the Zhou failed. Perhaps he is the next Zhou Sugita. First, he's going to try to read the records of Aratana in the database to see if he can get an additional insight. He's going to buy a full mit. And he is going to take assistance from the computer.
You stop that.
Thankfully, he's got an advanced enough starship that's. Oh, sorry. It didn't pick up that I had him set for security, so that would have been anything 9 or less, which still doesn't change anything. But the ship saves him, so he.
Well, at least he doesn't generate any threat back.
No threat generated. He does create the trait that he understands the enemy commander. And
Finally,
he will
someone understands me.
he wants to spend to create enough potency, which is its basically some in the future. A low-level Klingon warrior has spent years figuring out where the Zhou failed. He's put together like a full document. He spent time in training simulators, and through years of effort, he is able to gain insight into Aratana's tactical thought. He still has the difficulty 2 task to actually
as I said,
get here.
All those years of simulation and research and everything, and he just realizes he fell victim to one of the classic blunders.
It doesn't have enough for full mit, so just buying 3. Hey, 2 gained back.
Stop that.
A lone Klingon warrior appears in the med bay, where the Zhou failed against the security chief. He will not.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe you'll have crew support left, so Dr. Tweer, you and the 3 Klingons are all that are available against this lone Klingon warrior.
The Corpsman's
Well,
actually active.
Yeah, the
Corpsman is active. You're right. It could be the Corpsman that acts. Your phasers are out, ready to go. You don't have to draw them. They're sitting right there on the table.
My control security is 12. With a security of 2.
The Corpsman's control. Oh, that's my sheet. The Corpsman's control security is 13.
Is that better than the captain's?
By 1.
Oh, yeah. Hey, it's a good thing it's not a Klingon ship, or it'd be Captain.
Captain Conway.
Captain Conway.
Okay. Do we have any
A momentum.
Yeah, can I spend on the directive if you let Conway go, can I spend on the directive prevent loss of life to shoot this guy because he's about to kill one of my patients?
You can do that, yes.
Okay. So that's control security. That's an automatic 1 free hit. I'm not gonna have a focus. And I'll spend 1 momentum and 2 threat.
You may want to charge for intense because of the armor.
Oh, I didn't. I
Intense
didn't
piercing.
spend a minor. Could I have said that? I
Yes,
forgot.
that's fine.
Okay.
Wow.
That is a hit with 1 momentum gained.
Well, it comes back anyway.
3 momentum gained.
Or come back.
Yes, as the corpsman reveals, he's a very slick draw as he pulls the phaser out and fires without hesitation or order because he thinks this guy's here to murder a baby because that's what this guy's here for.
He seems unaffected.
Okay, well, that's all the corpsman can do. So yeah,
Well,
you see.
Now is when you would spin for that intense.
Okay, yes, let's spend for that intense.
Oh
Okay.
no, freaking piercing.
Piercing? Okay, yeah,
I'm
piercing.
not gonna let you go that far.
Oh no, that's
Now
what I
that you've
called out
already
earlier. Oh well, it was intense.
Yeah, she whatever you agreed to, she agreed to intense.
Mhm.
Which
Okay.
makes this cheaper.
Oh yeah, that would be. You can do up to 3 more.
Sure.
Which is enough.
Oh thank. Oh right, he's just a goon. Oh, I was
Yeah.
panicking for no reason. Sorry, minor heart attack on my side.
And as Conway fires and knocks the Klingon down and he disappears in a red haze,
Holy crap! You evaporated.
There's a strong but infantile growl of approval.
Yeah,
We-
Conway just throws the phaser onto the floor.
Meanwhile, like 500 years away, some Klingon is just going, years of academy training wasted.
I got took up by a corpsman with a Type 2. That's
I know.
ridiculous.
He did better than the Zhou. The Zhou just kind of jumped in there thinking, hey, it's only this chief of security. But no, he spent years training. Yeah, that's it. If you want to close this out.
Very good. Well, for all of you watching out there, hooray! We managed not to. Well, one of our crewmen has died. That's not going to make my character terribly happy, but he got redshirted, so it's appropriate to the era. And we saved a baby. Yay! But yeah, and saved time, I guess. But for all of you watching out there, thank you very much for watching. For those of you playing and running the game, thank you very much for doing so. And we look forward to seeing you again the next time, where we're probably going to defend puppies, because everyone likes breaking my damn heart. Have a good one. Bye. That wasn't an invitation, by the way. Do not make us defend a puppy orphanage or
that
something.
Should be an invitation. We should do that. Yeah.
No. Not allowed.
Or baby.
I veto somehow. That's a thing I can do, right? That's chief of a boat
I don't think you
power?
have those. I don't think you have those.
No.
I mean, you do
I
on
mean,
the Twitch
you could use your
channels,
admin.
though.
You could use your admin veto if you want, but
I went ahead and added another sheet and moved tag to the RIP folder.
all right.